Chapter 943. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the two of them didn't hesitate at all and said angrily, "That's impossible." If Wang Mang took 70%, then it was equivalent to them working for Wang Mang for free. It seemed that Wang Mang had given up his power, but Wang Mang was the biggest beneficiary. The key was that Wang Mang didn't have to do anything. Of course, they couldn't accept such a result. After all, Wang Mang didn't do anything and still got the most benefits. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Hearing this, Wang Mang wasn't surprised at all. After all, if it were him, he wouldn't be willing either. But it didn't matter if he wasn't willing. This was because Wang Mang had never thought of sharing the profits with them. After all, the two of them were just ants in the perfection god emperor realm. In front of Wang Mang, a rank 5 lesser supreme, they were no different from ants. He could kill such ants on the spot with a raise of his hand. However, the other party had an official position after all, and was a small city official of the same level as him. If Wang Mang rashly killed the two of them, it would be troublesome, because once Wang Mang killed the two of them, there would be people from the Heaven Wasteland Palace investigating. Thinking of this, Wang Mang smiled and said, "That's good. Let's rely on our own abilities." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Yuan Gu and Yang Wei became angry and sneered. "Greedy guy, you think you can take all the benefits with a city lord position? Let's wait and see. You just came and you want to fight with us? Oof." After saying that, the two deputy city lords snorted and led their men to the two deputy city lord residences. After all, Wang Mang, the main character, was here. They naturally couldn't occupy the city lord residences like before. Seeing this, Wang Mang didn't care at all and walked into the city lord residences with his hands behind his back. On the majestic table and chairs in the city lord's mansion, Wang Mang immediately sat down in his seat. Then, he inadvertently saw a book on the table. It was written by the Heaven Desolate Hall. After opening it once, Wang Mang was stunned. Inside were records of the organization and allocation, as well as the allocation of large cities. A large city should be organized as follows. There was one city lord and 2 vice city lords. 2 leaders of the administrative department, Omura Biao. 2 leaders of the command department, Omura Biao. 2 leaders of the detention department, Omura Biao. 20 basic members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, village standard. In a small city, there should be enough personnel, but in a large city, the number of personnel should be reduced by half. Besides, there are also records of many large cities and small cities. There are thousands of big cities and tens of thousands of small cities in the northern wilderness. Among them, Wang Mang also found the dark domain. But what made Wang Mang dumbfounded was the black domain was also a big city, and it was a big city among big cities. However, the city lord's mansion only had the allocation of a small city. In other words, in the huge black domain, other than the city lord and vice city lord, they had reached the establishment that a big city should have. The rest of the members in lower positions were only on the scale of a small city. For example, in a large city, there should be 29 positions in the establishment of the organization. A small city should have 15 establishment members. But in the black domain, a super big city, excluding Wang Mang and the other 2, there were only 15 establishment members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Even if Wang Mang and the other 2 were included, there were only 18 authorized members in the black domain right now. In addition, this book also recorded the scope of the city lord's authority. What made Wang Mang very gratified was that the city lord authority was very great. The city lord could directly lead the command department. Wang Mang's city only had 3 departments, and he could directly lead one. Moreover, the so-called command department could be managed by all departments, but the detention department and the public security department were all under the direct management of the other 2 city lords. However, in the division of authority, it was also clearly marked that the city lord had the right to ask about these 2 departments. In the event of major events and the implementation of major events, even these 2 departments needed to go through the city lord. After reading up to this point, Wang Mang closed the book, then looked up at Pan Zi and Gaz and said softly, "You, Go to the command department and call the leader of the command department here. Yes, City Lord. Pansy Gotzi was full of fighting spirit. He left with his chest out. Not long after, the two came to the City Lord's mansion with a gray-robed old man. Wang Mang also looked up and glanced at him. Such an ordinary-looking old man, but his status was not low. He was a standard member of the big village. Greetings, City Lord. The old man was very tactful. He came and respectfully cupped his hands. Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded indifferently, then asked, "Tell me about the current situation in the Dark Realm." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the old man said helplessly, "City Lord, I'm just the leader of the command department with no real power." Before the City Lord took office, the power of the City Lord's mansion was in the hands of the two City Lords. I have no power at all. I can only follow orders. After hearing the old man's answer, Wang Mang suddenly smiled. The old man directly expressed that he had no real power and pointed the finger at the two deputy City Lords. The meaning of his words was self-evident. He didn't know anything, but he made everything clear. Just as Wang Mang was about to speak, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully completed the task. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 200 billion energy value. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained Immortal Emperor-level blind box X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained Immortal Emperor-level treasure box X1. Ding. The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Begin evolution." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned. He hadn't joined a mid-grade rank 6 force yet. What was going on? But after thinking about it carefully, Wang Mang realized that something was wrong. The Heaven Wasteland Palace was the most powerful force in the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. In this case, he had joined the Heaven Wasteland Palace and completed the task, then it would make sense. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was overjoyed. Now he only needed to sort out his gains. He probably only needed to obtain a rank 6 slot to break through to rank 6. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. He immediately waved at Pan Zi and the other two. "You guys can leave first. I need to go into seclusion. By the way, while I'm in seclusion, allocate the staff of the City Lord's mansion. Recruit those who are qualified to join you, and count those who you can't." After speaking, Wang Mang got up and walked into the depths of the City Lord's mansion. As a super big city, the City Lord naturally had his own private seclusion room. Therefore, Wang Mang only spent 15 minutes to find the seclusion room in the city. Then, Wang Mang stepped into the spacious seclusion room and set up a bounded domain. After doing all this, Wang Mang sat down cross-legged and silently said in his heart, "This is the first time. System, open my personal information." Chapter 944. The next moment, personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, Powerhouse of the Heavens, Heaven Wasteland Palace member. Type, 9 Heavens, Thunder Python. Limit, 850 meters. Realm, 9th Heaven Divine Emperor, Supreme Genius. Body shape, 840 meters long, 39 meters wide, 2 billion tons in weight. Magical power, Ancient Demon Tyrant Body, Pseudo 6. 9 Heavens Thunder Seal, Pseudo 6. Devouring Spirit Art, Pseudo 6. Escape Wind, Pseudo 6. Space, 1 bottle of Forgotten Love Water, 2 King Tokens, 6 low-grade Good Luck Card X1. Designated Lucky Draw Opportunity X1. Immortal Emperor-level Treasure Chest X2. Immortal Emperor-level Blind Box X2. Equipment, Supreme Mask 5, Silver Dragon Spear, Pseudo 6, Dragon Beating Whip, Pseudo 6, Dark Blade, Pseudo 6, God Smashing Brick, Pseudo 6, Soul Refining Gourd 6, God Devouring Halberd 6, Green Lotus Sword 6, Slaughtering Demon Blade 6, Talent Value 19050/15,000, Lesser Supreme. Energy Value 1,155 billion/1, 000000000. Breakthrough Item, Great Tao Quicksand. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang immediately nodded in satisfaction. This energy value had obviously been accumulated to the maximum. It seemed that he only needed to get a grain of great Tao quicksand now. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately asked in his heart, "System, how much is the great Tao quicksand?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. Warm reminder, the great Tao quicksand is worth 500 billion energy value. Does the host want to buy it? After listening to the system's words, the corner of Wang Mang's mouth suddenly twitched. Good heavens! The system was indeed as black as ever. The price of a great Tao quicksand was actually worth so much energy value? Damn it! He might as well go to the river of Great Tao to find the sand. After all, a grain of sand in the river of Great Tao was so expensive. The amount of sand in the river of Great Tao could be said to be countless. But Wang Mang guessed that if one wanted to go to the river of Great Tao to obtain the sand, either the threshold was very high and required very powerful strength, or the mortality rate was extremely high. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so expensive if it was really so easy to obtain. Such an easy opportunity to get rich. It definitely wouldn't leave it for him. But what could Wang Mang say? Shouldn't he buy it? It was a mandatory condition to break through. No matter how expensive it was, he could only grit his teeth and bear it. Hence, Wang Mang took a deep breath and said in his heart, "System, buy it." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! 500 billion energy values have been successfully deducted. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully purchased the Great Tao quicksand. It has been sent to your bag. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. The reason why he chose to buy it without hesitation was because, except for the compulsory purchase, another reason was that he still had a lot of boxes and a chance to draw prizes. Therefore, Wang Mang was naturally more arrogant. After that, Wang Mang thought for a while and decided to use the 6th order lower grade good luck card. There was no other reason. Wang Mang had never thought of obtaining a rank 6 slot by advancing to the Heaven Desolate Hall. This was simply unrealistic, because, according to Wang Mang's information, so far, there were only 2 people who relied on their merits to ascend to the Heaven Desolate Hall and become a rank 6 powerhouse. One was Elder Qing Feng. As for the other one, he didn't know. This information was told to him by his subordinate, Panzagazzi. Therefore, Wang Mang eliminated the possibility of advancing through the Heaven Wasteland Hall. If the Heaven Desolate Hall was a rank 8 world, Wang Mang would be willing to rely on his merits to advance. As for the rank 6 world, forget it. But if he gave up relying on advancing to the Heaven Desolate Hall, then Wang Mang could only rely on himself. Therefore, Wang Mang already had a plan to break through. It was to capture a rank 6 powerhouse and kill him while he was breaking through. In this way, he would be able to obtain an identity token and successfully break through to rank 6. Therefore, he had to make up for the gap in energy values and make sufficient preparations. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, use the 6th order lower grade good luck card." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully used the 6th order lower grade good luck card. Ding! Gentle reminder. After using it, the host will have good luck for 24 hours. If it's light, the host will have good luck. If it's heavy, the host will have good luck. After listening to the system's voice, only then did Wang Mang wait patiently. An hour later. But what disappointed Wang Mang was that he didn't get the so-called good luck. However, Wang Mang didn't mind. He said in his heart, "System, open the Immortal Emperor treasure chest." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Immortal Emperor treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 45 billion energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 50 billion energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 50 billion energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a Sector Lord Beauty's underwear. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a sector, lordly Taijian white robe. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a classic quote from Elder Qin Feng, Jin Dian quote. As long as you are alive, everything is possible. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a pair of boots from a world king expert. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a fifth-order top fairies underwear. After listening to the system's announcement, Wang Mang was completely speechless. In short, that was it. This immortal emperor-grade treasure chest only gave him 150 billion energy points. Other than that, there was nothing useful. However, Wang Mang wasn't too discouraged. The energy value of this prize could only be said to be average. It wasn't too good or too bad. Because of that, Wang Mang once again silently said in his heart, "System, open the immortal Emperor blind box." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the immortal Emperor blind box. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a fifth-order top divine weapon. What the hell? An immortal Emperor blind box. You gave me a fifth-order top divine weapon? Moreover, this was with the support of a sixth-order lower-grade good luck card. For a moment, Wang Mang was doubting life. 1 minute later, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a Sector Lord level Tortoise Demon Beast and a Tortoise Egg. F*CK. Another F*King Egg? And it's a bastard again? For a moment, the Immortal Emperor blind box opened twice. This simply caused Wang Mang to start doubting life. Was this really an Immortal Emperor blind box? Why did it feel like a dream? Under Wang Mang's depression, another minute passed. The system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1 billion. Chapter 945. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny face Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1 trillion tons of marble. Good heavens! 1 trillion tons of marble. Are you asking me to build a house? Or do you want me to build a construction team? In an instant, he finished listening to the third announcement. Wang Mang was so angry that he was completely autistic. He didn't even know how to complain. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the fourth time, frowny face Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1 trillion tons of coffin wood. What the F*CK? System, are you trying to send me away? What the F*CK are you opening? Could it be that this celestial emperor-level blind box was really going to be wasted? For a moment, Wang Mang was extremely depressed. Right at this moment, the system's voice sounded for the fifth time, frowny face Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a rank 3 good luck card. Wang Mang was already too tired to complain. He didn't even have any hope. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the sixth time, frowny face Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 150 billion energy value. After hearing the system's sixth announcement, Wang Mang was completely relieved. This meant that the celestial emperor-level blind box was not completely wasted. This also made Wang Mang's mood turn for the better, because he was now only short of the last 50 billion energy value to meet all the conditions. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be in a good mood. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the sixth time, frowny face Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a rank 5 Abyss subordinate summoning card X1. A rank 5 summoning card was of no use to him. If it was rank 6, Wang Mang would definitely be so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Therefore, Wang Mang still didn't have much hope for the next announcement. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the seventh time, frowny face Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a rank 6 low-grade bad luck card X1. Not bad. He finally got something that was not bad. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang nodded secretly. But he also felt regretful that he couldn't gather the required energy value with 2 boxes. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny face Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a rank 6 low-grade rule crystal. After listening to the system's announcement, Wang Mang, on the other hand, was not too disheartened. And Celestial Emperor-level treasure chest and blind box. A total of 300 billion energy values. No more, no less. The next 2 boxes could easily obtain enough energy value. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang relaxed quite a bit. Soon after, Wang Mang said in his mind, "System, open Celestial Emperor-level treasure box." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding! Congratulations, host of Celestial Emperor-level treasure. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 50 billion energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host. You. 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 Sector Lord 2-star bloodline. Before you have a higher gray bloodline, you can't break through. Ding! Congratulations, host. Note: after using it, you can peek at the target's information, limited to Sector Lord level experts. Ding! You've met the evolution conditions. Do you want to start evolution? No. After listening to the system's announcement, Wang Mang was stunned. That was because the information contained in the last 2 prizes was too much. You could check other people's information. This thing could still be used a long time ago. But as one's strength grew, this thing couldn't be used anymore, because the stronger one was, the harder it was to peak. In the end, Wang Mang could only rely on aura to determine if the target was strong or weak. To put it bluntly, the information checking function in the past had been useless for a long time. But now, this function appeared again, and it was a 6th level lower grade support type ability. This was already very good. Other than that, what made Wang Mang even more surprised was, after the 6th level, not only did one need the identity token of the 6th level world, but also the quota. There was even a bloodline requirement. Sector Lord 2-star bloodline. This meant that one could only break through to the 2nd level of the Sector Lord realm. One had to have a stronger bloodline to be able to break through to a higher level existence. One had to say, this was another invisible shackle. After understanding the 6th level more, Wang Mang's heart couldn't help but sink, because from the 6th level onwards, there were more and more shackles. In the past, he had only thrown his true spirit into the 6 Tao rivers. He was now breaking through to the 6th level. Not only did he need a template, he still needed the bloodline, and he still needed the God token. It seemed that the future path forward would become more and more difficult. Of course, Wang Mang wasn't worried and couldn't be bothered to think so far ahead. It was better to plan how to break through to the 6th level first. With that thought, Wang Mang once again said in his heart, "System, open the Immortal Emperor level blind box again." The next moment, the system's voice rang again, frowny face ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Immortal Emperor level blind box." Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 100 billion energy value. Not bad. Not bad at all. The accumulated energy value had reached 1,200 billion energy points. If he hadn't bought the Great Tao Sand, his accumulated energy value had already reached 170 billion. Another minute later, the system's voice rang again, frowny face ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 100 billion energy value." After hearing the system's second announcement, Wang Mang was even more elated. Awesome. After 2 draws, he had obtained 200 billion energy values. This was still very awesome. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be in a good mood. At the same time, he began to look forward to the next announcement. Another minute later, The system's voice rang for the third time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 100 billion gold ingots and joss paper. 100 billion gold ingots and joss paper were all here? Wang Mang was speechless. He couldn't spend this thing even if he had it. After all, an expert who had reached this level. Basically, once he died, it was very likely that his true soul would not be preserved. Or he would forever sink into the reincarnation of the heavens and realms. Therefore, joss paper really couldn't be used. While Wang Mang was speechless, the system's voice rang for the fourth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 200 billion pure wild boar meat. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was once again dumbfounded. The quantity was very large, and the questions were useless to him, not to mention 200 billion tons of wild boar meat. As long as he wanted, he could create 200 billion pigs in an instant. Just as Wang Mang was feeling puzzled, a minute passed. The system's voice rang for the fifth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 200 billion. Chapter 946. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 200 billion energy values. What the F asterisk CK? Awesome. He really obtained 200 billion energy values? One had to know that in this case. After 5 draws, he had already obtained 400 billion energy values. This was definitely the highest energy value he had obtained when opening the Immortal Emperor level blind box. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel even more delighted. Not bad. Not bad at all. For a moment, Wang Mang was in a good mood and beaming with joy. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 100 billion tons of the second-tier refining material, black iron. After hearing the 6th draw, Wang Mang wasn't surprised at all. He had already obtained 400 billion energy values. His accumulated energy value had reached 2 trillion. How much more energy value did he want to obtain? Even if he wanted to, Wang Mang felt that it was unrealistic. Therefore, even if the following prizes were to be given out, they would all be trash. Wang Mang could accept it. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 7th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 100 billion tons of dog feed. System, I want to talk about all the fancy things you've given me. But what do you mean by giving me this dog feed? For a moment, Wang Mang felt insulted. Just as Wang Mang was complaining, the system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 100 billion tons of pig feed. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was completely helpless. What the F asterisk CK is this situation? It was both pig feed and dog feed. But thinking about it, this Immortal Emperor level blind box had a bountiful harvest. Only then did Wang Mang's depressed mood dissipate. Then, Wang Mang was in an even better mood. System, open your personal information. The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, All Heavens Expert, Heaven Wasteland Palace Member. Type, 9 Heavens, Thunder Python. Limit 850 meters. Bloodline, Sector Lord 2-star, God Devil Snake Blood. Realm, 9th Heaven God Emperor, Supreme Genius. Size, 840 meters long, 39 meters wide, 2 billion tons in weight. Divine Ability, Ancient Devil Tyrannical Body, Pseudo 6. 9 Heavens Thunder Seal, Pseudo 6. Devouring God Mantra, Pseudo 6. Wind Evasion Mantra, Pseudo 6. 3 Devouring Mantra, 6 levels. Heaven's Chosen Mantra, 6 levels. Space, 1 bottle of Forgotten Love Water, 2 King Tokens, 6th Lord Grey Good Luck Card X1, Designated Lottery Chance X1, Great Tao Quicksand X1. Equipment, Sovereign Mask, 5, Soul Refining Gourd, 6, God Devourer Halberd, 6, 100 War Armor, 6, Azure Lotus Sword, 6, Demonic Slaughtering Saber, 6, Talent, 19050/15,000, Junior Sovereign. Energy Value, 2 trillion / 1 trillion. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang nodded his head in satisfaction. Now, his accumulation was complete. He could try to kill a Sector Lord expert and break through to the 6th step. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in high spirits, then slowly stood up and opened the barrier in front of the closed door room. Right now, all he needed to do was to kill that Type 6 powerhouse. But at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Detected host's current situation. Give host the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Fully rule the Black Domain and become the true king of the Black Domain. Mission time can be obtained completely. Mission reward, 100 billion energy value. Mission 2. Fully rule the Black Domain and become the true king of the Black Domain. Break through to the 6th step and become a Sector Lord existence. Mission time can be obtained after completing the city. Mission reward, 200 billion energy value. God Emperor Treasure Chest X1. God Emperor Blind Box X1. Mission 3. Fully rule the Black Domain and become the true king of the Black Domain. Break through to the 6th step and become a Sector Lord existence. Obtain Heaven Wasteland Palace's small national level establishment. Mission time can be obtained after completing the mission. Mission reward, 1 trillion energy value. Sector Lord Treasure Chest X1. Sector Lord Blind Box X1. After hearing the system's reward, Wang Mang was stunned. Good fellow. This time, the treasure chest blind box's level was very high, especially the 3rd mission, Sector Lord Treasure Chest's blind box. It simply beat the immortal Emperor Treasure Chest by who knows how many levels. However, the 3rd mission's difficulty was also very high. Becoming a 6th-step expert, Wang Mang was confident. Becoming the king of the Black Domain, Wang Mang was also confident. But becoming a Heaven Wasteland Palace's national-level establishment was difficult. To be honest, he only had a small city standard establishment. If he could easily become a national-level establishment, then Chu Long and Li Taijian, these 2 dogs, should have already reached it. They only had a large city standard establishment. One could imagine how difficult it was to become a national-level establishment. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Wang Mang excluded the 3rd mission with the most generous reward. As for the 1st mission, it was also not Wang Mang's goal, because becoming the hope of the Black Domain, becoming a 6th-step expert, Wang Mang was full of confidence. Therefore, Wang Mang did not hesitate to say in his heart, "System, I choose the 2nd mission." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully selected the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to obtain the reward." After hearing the system's voice, only then did Wang Mang happily walk into the main hall of the City Lord Mansion with his hands behind his back. What made Wang Mang slightly surprised and gratified was that Panzi and Gaz, in the shortest amount of time, had recruited 7 to 8 great perfection God Emperor level cultivators. Among them, there were even 2 fair-skinned and beautiful female cultivators who acted as servants. One had to know that this was the Black Domain. It was very difficult for fair-skinned and beautiful cultivators to survive, because the Black Domain was simply a paradise for extremely vicious and sinful scum. From this, Wang Mang could also see that Panzi and Gaz had put in a lot of effort. In addition, the other 6 cultivators, they acted as the guards of the City Lord Mansion. They also added some liveliness to his City Lord Mansion building. After seeing Wang Mang, the 6 guards even bowed their heads respectfully. Seeing this, Wang Mang nodded secretly. At this time, Panzi suddenly rushed in from outside. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one could see that Panzi did not look too good. Similarly, after seeing Wang Mang coming out of seclusion, Panzi was very surprised. He hurriedly bowed and cupped his hands. "Greetings, City Lord." Seeing this, Wang Mang raised his eyebrows and asked with his hands behind his back, What happened in such a short period of time?" Hearing this, Pansy looked at Wang Mang with a troubled expression, wanting to say something but hesitating. Seeing this, Wang Mang suddenly frowned and said unhappily, "What's wrong? Is there something that you can't say?" Hearing this, Pansy's face suddenly turned ugly and said in a low voice, "City Lord, because you killed some unruly people at the gate last time, it attracted the attention of the three kings of the Black Domain. The three kings of the Black Domain have all expressed their opinions, saying that if you don't want to die, you shouldn't meddle in other people's business." Chapter 947. After hearing Pansy's words, Wang Mang was stunned. What was the background of the three kings of the Black region? They actually dared to threaten him? For a moment, Wang Mang was so angry that he laughed. At the same time, Wang Mang guessed that these three fellows must have something extraordinary to dare to threaten him so bluntly. Could it be that they were sector lord level experts? Thinking of this, Wang Mang suppressed his anger and said indifferently, "What's the situation with the three kings of the Black region?" Hearing this, Pansy hurriedly explained, "City Lord, these three kings of the Black region are the uncrowned kings of the Black region. The strength of the three have all reached sector lord level, and can be said to be the strongest in the Black region. They have been entrenched in the Black region for a long time, and the three strongest forces in the Black region are them. Moreover, it can be said that they are deeply rooted in the Black region, and their forces are huge. This is also why, even though the Black region is a super big city, no one from the Heaven Wasteland Palace is willing to come. Because in the Black region, no matter how many city lords have been, they could not fight against them, and were firmly suppressed by them. In addition, according to my investigation, the city lords of the Black region either did not stay, took the initiative to find connections to transfer, or died." Speaking of this, Pansy's expression was especially solemn. Clearly, the situation in the Black region was more difficult than he imagined. In truth, Wang Mang was also like this. In a large city, there were three world overlord-level experts. This was something that Wang Mang never expected. No wonder the Black region's problem could not be solved. This was because even an existence like Chu Long was merely a sector lord. In this case, it was impossible to shake the Black region's problem. Moreover, most of the Heaven Wasteland Palace members in the Black region had great power. But in the end, they only had great power and could not afford to offend a sector lord expert. After all, no matter if you were a small city or a large city, it was impossible for you to mobilize a sector lord expert. Moreover, in the Northern Wasteland Palace, there were not many sector lord level experts, and the Heaven Wasteland Palace members who could mobilize sector lord level experts were all in high positions. How could such an existence spend so much effort on a mere Black domain? Therefore, after hearing this news, Wang Mang fell into a short period of silence. But after thinking about it, Wang Mang suddenly realized that this wasn't a bad thing for him. Among the three of them, Wang Mang didn't believe that all three of them had reached the pinnacle of Sector Lord. As long as their strength was slightly weaker, it could instead become a breakthrough point for him to break through to the 6th stage. Thinking of this, Wang Mang asked expressionlessly, "What level have these three fellows reached?" Hearing this, Pansy was taken aback, but he did some research in advance and hurriedly said, reporting to the City Lord, "The three kings of the Black region are the Black Devil King, whose strength has reached the 3rd layer of the Sector Lord realm. There's also the Shadow Devil King. His strength has reached Sector Lord level 4. The other is Blood Demon King. His strength has reached Sector Lord level 4. After hearing this, Wang Mang slowly narrowed his eyes. In other words, these three kings of the Black region were actually a breakthrough point for him. Among them, the Black Devil King was the easiest to bully because his strength was the weakest amongst the three kings. Unfortunately, Wang Mang wasn't sure what level his strength had reached. Therefore, Wang Mang asked in his heart, "System, what is the state of my current strength?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Warm reminder to the host. Host's current strength is comparable to Sector Lord Level 1. Ding. Warm reminder to the host. As the host is currently between the 5th and 6th level. Ding! Warm reminder to the host. If the host breaks through to Sector Lord, his strength will greatly increase. After hearing the system's explanation, Wang Mang came to a realization, and his mood became much better. It seemed that what he needed to do now was to cross the threshold of the 6th level. Once he reached the 6th level, his advantage as a prodigy would immediately show, although he was only a 5th level lesser sovereign prodigy. But Wang Mang believed that once he reached the 6th level, he couldn't fall from a lesser sovereign prodigy to a normal cultivator level. Otherwise, who would be willing to participate in the world-conquering path? A 5th level prodigy, even if he entered the 6th level, would definitely have an advantage. But the problem was, he couldn't break through this barrier now. He only had Sector Lord level 1 battle strength. If his luck was extremely good, even if his Heaven's Chosen technique increased his battle strength by 9 times, Wang Mang couldn't possibly reach Sector Lord level 3 battle strength. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask, System, if the current me, under Heaven's Chosen techniques, 9 times battle strength, what kind of battle strength can I reach? The next moment, the system's voice sounded, ding, warm reminder to the host. 6th level, 2nd level battle strength is 10 times that of 6th level, 1st level. The host can extrapolate in this way. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was instantly disappointed. This also meant that, even if he had Heaven's Chosen techniques, 9 times battle strength, he couldn't kill a Sector Lord level 3 existence. It was precisely because of this that Wang Mang felt a huge headache. He originally thought that Li Taijian's strength was very strong, and his own strength wasn't considered weak in the 6th level. But now, it seemed that he was still too naive. Wang Mang even suspected that Li Taijian's strength might have just broken through to Sector Lord. Or perhaps, this guy's strength was merely at the 2nd level of the Sector Lord realm. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was speechless. Luckily, he still had a lower level 6 bad luck card. If he could get a lower level 6 good luck card, he might be able to take the risk. But the problem was that he didn't have one. This made Wang Mang a little frustrated. Relying on his own strength, it was obviously impossible to break through to the 6th level. How should he break through to the 6th level? After all, it was too difficult for him to kill the 3 kings. The difficulty was so high that it was even harder than killing Li Taijian. Li Taijian? Wait, Li Taijian. In an instant, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. This guy definitely didn't break through to the 6th level for long. His strength wasn't very strong, at most Sector Lord level 2. Currently, among the 6th level powerhouses that Wang Mang knew or was familiar with, it seemed that this guy was the easiest to bully. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, ding, detected host's current situation, giving host the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Choose one of the 3 kings of the Black region as a stepping stone to break through to the 6th level. Mission time, obtain upon completion. Mission reward, 500 billion energy value. Sector Lord level treasure chest X1. Sector Lord level blind box X1. Mission 2. Choose one of the kings as a stepping stone to break through to the 6th level. Mission time, obtain upon completion. Mission reward, 10 trillion energy value. Sector Lord level treasure chest X2. Sector Lord level blind box X1. Mission 3. Choose Li Taijian as a stepping stone to break through to the 6th level. Take revenge. Mission time, obtain upon completion. Mission reward, 200 billion energy value. Sector Lord level treasure chest X1. Sector Lord level blind box X1. Chapter 948. After reading the system's mission, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. Even an idiot would know how to choose, right? The reward for the second mission was unprecedented. But Wang Mang couldn't choose at all. Even if he chose the mission, he wouldn't be able to complete it. As for the first mission, the reward wasn't bad, but the problem was that it wasn't the best for Wang Mang. Therefore, Wang Mang naturally chose the third mission. Thinking of this, Wang Mang didn't hesitate and said in his heart, "System, I choose the third mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully chosen mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to obtain the reward." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang began to think again. How was he going to kill Li Taijian? They were both members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, but Li Taijian had a higher rank than him. If he rashly killed him, he would definitely be investigated by the Heaven Wasteland Palace. But if he didn't kill this dog, he wouldn't be able to break through to the Sector Lord level. Who asked this guy to have a grudge with him and be weak? It would be hard for Wang Mang not to target him. Moreover, Wang Mang was confident that as long as he suppressed and killed Li Taijian, after he broke through to the 6th level, he could rely on the foundation of the 5th level Lesser Sovereign. It would be easy for him to fight against the 3 kings of the Dark Region. Therefore, Wang Mang began to think of how to kill Li Taijian. First, with his own strength, he might be able to kill Li Taijian. This was definitely very difficult. Maybe he could suppress Li Taijian. But if he wanted to kill him, Wang Mang felt that he would only have a chance with the support of the 6th level lower grade bad luck card. Looks like I have to ask for external help. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly made a decision. He had to ask for external help. It wouldn't be easy to do it alone. Moreover, he had already found an ally. Didn't the Dark Region have 3 kings? He had to find a way to get one to help him. Wouldn't it be easy to make a promise? Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly looked up at Li Taijian and chuckled. "Go and invite the Shadow Demon King over. I have something to discuss with him." Hearing this, Pan Zi was stunned. He looked at Wang Mang with a puzzled face and asked, "My lord, they are threatening you. He doesn't even put you in his eyes. If you go and invite them over now, aren't you admitting that you're inferior to them? So what if they are sector lords, but you're the city lord?" Hearing this, Wang Mang calmly waved his hand and said, "What's a mere threat? I am free to make my own decisions. All you need to do is follow my orders." Hearing this, Pan Zi couldn't help but ask, "Master, what if the Shadow Demon King doesn't come?" Wang Mang said calmly, "If the Shadow Demon King doesn't want to come, you can invite the Blood Demon King again. If the Blood Demon King doesn't come, then go and invite the Black Demon King. Remember to lower your attitude. You must invite him over." Although Pansy didn't understand, he still nodded helplessly and said, "Yes, my lord." With that, Pansy turned and left the city lord's mansion. He even brought 2 temporary workers with him. But just as Wang Mang was in a good mood, 2 mocking voices were heard. "What? Do you think you can rope in the 3 kings of the Black Region? Naive. The 3 kings of the Black Region have taken most of the benefits in the Black Region. Do you think you can rope in the 3 kings of the Black Region? They're the biggest beneficiaries. What do you have to rope them in?" Hearing this, Wang Mang looked over and saw Yuan Gu and Yang Wei standing in the Vice City Lord's mansion. They were looking at him with a face full of mockery. The 2 of them were flushed with success. Their attitude towards Wang Mang was also very arrogant. After all, Wang Mang was destined to be their enemy and even compete with them for benefits. Hence, their relationship with Wang Mang was destined to be like fire and water. But what they didn't expect was that, when Wang Mang entered the city, he killed the men of the 3 kings of the Black Region. This was simply sitting at home, and good news came from the sky. They were still trying to persuade the 3 kings of the Black Region to isolate or be hostile towards Wang Mang. Now, they didn't even need to do anything. Wang Mang had already offended the 3 kings of the Black Region. Therefore, they were overjoyed. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately snorted and ignored the 3 of them. He turned around and returned to the city lord's mansion. He sat at the head of the hall. At this time, a temporary female employee immediately served tea and respectfully placed it beside Wang Mang's table. Then she left. Wang Mang picked up a teacup and drank 2 mouthfuls. Then, he closed his eyes and waited. He didn't believe that the 3 kings of the Black Region wouldn't be curious about why he was looking for them. As long as they came, Wang Mang would have a way to persuade them. This wait lasted for 2 full days. In these 2 days, Wang Mang even had his city emblem sent over by the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. After receiving the city emblem, Wang Mang naturally wore it. This was the symbol of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. In the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, there were only benefits for him. Just as Wang Mang was getting impatient from waiting, Wang Mang suddenly felt the aura of a sector lord in the distance. Not long after, Wang Mang saw Pansy leading a middle-aged, burly man with a fierce expression into the hall. Moreover, this middle-aged, burly man's aura was very strong. It was much stronger than Li Taijian. Just the pressure of his aura made Wang Mang feel extremely uncomfortable. The strong sense of danger he had was also 10 times stronger than Li Taijian. At the same time, Wang Mang couldn't help but use the origin peeping technique on this guy. This guy's information instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Target, Black Devil King. Realm, Sector Lord 4th Layer. Threat level, Fatal. What a guy. This guy's strength actually reached Sector Lord 4th Layer. But to the outside world, he always claimed that he was Sector Lord 3rd Layer. Seems like this guy was definitely a cunning old fox. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately stood up with a face full of smiles. Greetings, Black Devil King friend. Hearing this, Black Devil King looked at Wang Mang in shock and nodded slightly. Why did you invite me here? While speaking, Black Devil King directly sat beside Wang Mang. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately waved his hand and said indifferently, "All of you can leave." Hearing this, the temporary workers in the hall of the City Lord's mansion left the hall one after another. Following this, Wang Mang immediately set up a spirit barrier. After setting up the spirit barrier, Wang Mang sat back in his seat. However, he saw Black Devil King looking at him indifferently. Seeing this, Wang Mang instantly laughed lightly. What we're going to discuss next shouldn't be leaked. Hearing this, Black Devil King instantly laughed. Then I'm interested to continue listening. Seeing this, Wang Mang was secretly satisfied. Following this, his expression became serious. Friend, I need your help. You and I can work together to achieve a win-win situation. Chapter 949. Hearing this, the Black Devil King suddenly laughed. He looked at Wang Mang with a face full of ridicule. Fellow Taoist, the reason why I call you fellow Taoist is because you're a junior sovereign. If you hadn't reached the 5th order lesser sovereign, you wouldn't even be able to bear the title of fellow Taoist. Also, I'm willing to come because you're a lesser sovereign. But so what if you're a lesser sovereign? What makes you think you can cooperate with me? What kind of benefits can you bring to me? If I'm not wrong, you need my help, right? Let me guess. You want to gain a foothold in the Black Domain, and then start a long journey of fishing for resources to break through to the 6th order? If you just want to fish for resources to break through to the 6th order, why didn't you agree to Yuan Gu and Yang Wei's proposal? Hearing the Black Devil King's words, Wang Mang was secretly shocked. Good heavens, this guy's ability isn't small. He even obtained information about his negotiations with Yuan Gu and Yang Wei. This proved that this guy also had informants in the City Lord's mansion. However, after thinking about it carefully, Wang Mang felt relieved. The 3 kings of the Black Domain, these 3 guys had taken root in the Black Domain for so long. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their informants covered the entire Black Domain. When he thought of this, Wang Mang's expression immediately turned calm. Fellow Taoist, you're still underestimating me. I'm about to break through. I'm only missing a 6th order quota. So, I hope fellow Taoist can help me kill a realm lord. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Black Devil King raised his head and looked at Wang Mang. A smile appeared on his fierce face. Obviously, he was very satisfied with Wang Mang's answer, especially since Wang Mang had already accumulated enough foundation to break through to the 6th order. In this way, the return on his investment in Wang Mang would be very short. Therefore, the Black Devil King immediately smiled. So that's how it is. You want me to help you take down a 6th order, right? That's not a problem, but I want to raise the condition. If you think it's possible, I'll help you take down a 6th order venerable. At this point, the Black Devil King looked at Wang Mang. After seeing Wang Mang nod, he continued. My conditions are very simple. After you break through to Sector Lord, you have to give me a rank 6 slot. Not only that, you have to swear a great Tao oath and owe me a favor. When I have a request for you, you cannot refuse. Also, you can't touch half of my share of the profits in the dark domain. The authority can return to your hands, but I want half of the benefits. Clearly, the Black Devil King understood the 5th stage Lesser Sovereign very well. Even Wang Mang was surprised at this guy's understanding of the 5th Order Lesser Sovereign. Could it be that this guy had been on the path of the Myriad Worlds expedition? Although he was very surprised, Wang Mang was still disgusted by his greed. Because if he really agreed to the other party's conditions, he would suffer a huge loss. Not only did he have to give back a 6th Order slot, but he also had to give back a 6th Order slot. Moreover, he had to promise that he would owe the other party a favor. But a favor that required the Black Devil King to open his mouth would definitely not be so easy to fill. Therefore, Wang Mang shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist, your request is too much. Except for the second request, I can accept the first and third requests." Hearing this, the Black Devil King immediately chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist, are you sure there are so many people who will help you? In a rank 6 world, there are very few people who have participated in the path of conquest that can return. I only agreed to your request because I have taken a fancy to your potential. Others don't have my vision. If it were others, even if you said a lot of things, not many people would believe you." With that, the Black Devil King crossed his arms and stopped talking. Seeing this, Wang Mang was unwilling to let go. The second favor had to be returned, and it had to be granted. He also needed to swear a great Tao oath. How could Wang Mang dare to swear it? If he couldn't complete it, it would affect him too much. A great Tao oath wasn't a casual oath. If it wasn't fulfilled, the great Tao wouldn't easily bypass Wang Mang. This was also the reason why Wang Mang didn't dare to agree. A great Tao oath couldn't be made easily. For a moment, the negotiation was in a stalemate. A few hours later, seeing that Wang Mang was unwilling to give in, the Black Devil King said helplessly, "How about this? The second condition will be changed to that one day I will kill a powerhouse or destroy a force. You have to agree, and you have to help me with all your strength within your ability." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded and said, "Okay, but it's impossible to swear a great Tao oath." The Black Devil King added again, "First, you have to swear a great Tao oath." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay." Then, Wang Mang immediately swore a great Tao oath without hesitation. Of course, the great Tao oath that Wang Mang swore was not ambiguous and didn't give the Black Devil King any loopholes. The prerequisite for returning the quota was that the Black Devil King had to help him obtain a quota for a rank 6 position. After hearing Wang Mang's great Tao oath, the Black Devil King immediately nodded in satisfaction, and then slowly said, "Tell me, which rank 6 powerhouse do you want to kill as a stepping stone? Since you already have the foundation to break through to rank 6, you should have a target already, right?" Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately said, "I want to kill Li Taijian. He's the weakest and the smallest target." However, the Black Devil King quickly shook his head and said, "No, he's from a Heaven Wasteland Palace, and he's someone who has a position in the Northern Wilderness continent. If I help you kill him, the Heaven Wasteland Palace will definitely not let me go. Even if I have the confidence to take down Li Taijian, I can't attack him." After hearing the Black Devil King's words, Wang Mang immediately frowned. He didn't expect the Black Devil King to be so against attacking Li Taijian, although he guessed that Li Taijian's identity would make the Black Devil King wary. He didn't expect the Black Devil King to be so wary. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was a little displeased. "Fellow Taoist, who do you think I should attack? Why don't you recommend a target?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Black Devil King suddenly felt a little awkward. That was because the rank 6 powerhouses had not been replaced for a long time. Why was there no replacement? Powerhouses who had broken through to rank 6 would become stronger as their strength progressed. Except for those who died in battle in the Myriad Worlds universe, Li Taijian seized the opportunity. It could be said that in the past 10,000 years, other than Chu Long and Li Taijian, there were no other rank 6 powerhouses in the northern wilderness continent. For a moment, the Black Devil King fell into silence. After a long time, he slowly said, I can help you capture Li Taijian for you to punish. If you really want to kill him, you can do it yourself. Chapter 950. After hearing Black Devil King's words, Wang Mang was surprised. He didn't think that Black Devil King would be willing to capture Li Taijian, but he would rather capture him than kill Li Taijian. From this, it could be seen how fearful Black Devil King was of Li Taijian. Wang Mang couldn't help but worry. From this, he could tell. Killing Li Taijian would be a huge problem, but after thinking about it, Wang Mang was stunned. If he didn't kill Li Taijian, who would he kill? He had to kill a sector lord as a stepping stone. Could it be that he had to kill the other two? This was even more impossible. Even with Black Devil King's help, it was impossible. Because of this, he could only choose to kill Li Taijian, even if he had to pay a huge price. Even if killing Li Taijian was troublesome. Thinking about this, Wang Mang nodded to Black Devil King and said, Good. You just need to capture him and hand him to me. Hearing this, Black Devil King looked deeply at Wang Mang and nodded indifferently. Good. Give me half a month's time. I'll definitely bring him to you. After speaking, Black Devil King stood up and with a wave of his hand, he broke open the spirit barrier. Then, Black Devil King left the city lord's mansion. As for Wang Mang, he let out a sigh of relief. He didn't think that the negotiation would go so smoothly. Of course, Wang Mang knew that he had paid a huge price. However, to Wang Mang, as long as he broke through to level 6, it would all be easily solved. On the contrary, Wang Mang needed to think about how to deal with the trouble that would come from killing Li Taijian. Thinking about this, Wang Mang called out, Pan Zi, G-A-Z, come in. The next moment, Pan Zi and G-A-Z walked in from outside the city lord's mansion. Greetings, Lord. After seeing the two, Wang Mang nodded and with a wave of his hand, he set up another spirit barrier. Seeing this, Pan Zi and G-A-Z were stunned and couldn't help but look at Wang Mang suspiciously. At this moment, Wang Mang slowly asked, You guys should know more about the rules of the Heaven Desolate Palace than me, right? Pan Zi and G-A-Z were stunned and nodded. Lord, you don't know. There are more than just rules. We know the rules of the Heaven Desolate Palace like the back of our hands. Because the requirement to join the Heaven Desolate Palace is to know all the rules. Hearing this, Wang Mang chuckled. What do you think? If a subordinate kills a superior or a member of the same rank, what do you think the Heaven Wasteland Palace will do after they find out? After hearing Wang Mang's words, Panzagotzi was shocked. He looked at Wang Mang with surprise and doubt. How could they not know what Wang Mang was thinking when he asked such a question? Obviously, Wang Mang wanted to kill the two deputy city lords. Not only that, they didn't know what Wang Mang and the Black Devil King talked about. But in the face of Wang Mang's question, the two answered honestly, Lord, if you kill a member of the Heaven Desolate Palace of the same level, the Heaven Desolate Palace will imprison you or kill you. But if a subordinate kills a superior, the consequences will be very serious. You may be wanted, and even your entire family will be killed. As for those outside the Heaven Desolate Palace, once you kill a member of the Heaven Desolate Palace and involve a city-level member, you will be executed. Of course, if you are a rank 6, killing a village-level member of the Heaven Desolate Palace will cause trouble. In serious cases, you may even be imprisoned and punished severely. However, Lord, the above situation depends on the situation. Wang Mang's eyes instantly narrowed slightly when he heard this, and he said slowly, Then how do all of you think I would be able to avoid being entangled by the Heaven Desolate Hall if I wanted to kill a member of a large city? Hearing this, Gaz was stunned, but Pan Zi quickly said, Lord, if you want to kill a superior reasonably, you must have a solid reason. As long as the reason is solid, even if you are punished, it won't be too heavy. If there is someone above the Heaven Desolate Palace, it will just be a formality. After hearing this, Wang Mang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he had an idea. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, I know. Thank you. When I break through to rank 6 and completely rule over the Black Domain, I will naturally not treat you badly." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Pan Zi and Gaz were excited and quickly said respectfully, "We will follow you till death." Obviously, any praise from Wang Mang was not as stimulating as this promotion. Seeing this, Wang Mang nodded with satisfaction and then asked, "By the way, have you counted the members that I asked you to? Who in the city governor's mansion can be roped in, and who are the direct subordinates of Yuange and Yangwei?" Hearing this, Gaz quickly took out a record book and handed it over. "Lord, this is what we counted. We have basically contacted and tested everyone in the city governor's mansion." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately took the record book and read it. After reading it, Wang Mang was even more disappointed, because in the huge Heaven Desolate Palace, including Wang Mang, there were 18 official members of the Heaven Desolate Palace. Only 5 of them were willing to be close to him, the city governor. Moreover, these 5 people were all from the command department, which was Wang Mang's direct subordinates. As for the prison department and the governance department, no one was willing to be close to him, the city governor. It seemed that if he did not get rid of these 2 deputy city governors, he would not be able to hold complete power. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly said with an indifferent face, "From now on, you can start to make trouble for them." As for the reason to make trouble for them, you can find the reason yourself. In addition, don't provoke the 3 kings of the dark region now. Wait until I break through, then I will slowly deal with them. Also, you can ask the people from the command department to cooperate with you. They are my direct subordinates, and they will not disobey me. Hearing this, Pansy Gaz immediately said with a smile, "Yes, Lord." Seeing this, Wang Mang waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. Pansy Gaz and Wang Mang left the city governor's mansion full of fighting spirit. Then, Wang Mang began to wait for news from the Black Devil King. But what Wang Mang did not expect was that this wait lasted for a full 3 months. Just when Wang Mang was about to lose his patience, a terrifying aura swept over. The next moment, Wang Mang saw it. Outside the city governor's mansion, the familiar figure of the Black Devil King was striding toward him. Moreover, Wang Mang also found that the Black Devil King's aura was somewhat unstable. After careful observation, Wang Mang found that the Black Devil King was seriously injured. Seeing this, Wang Mang suddenly felt bad. Could it be that the Black Devil King failed? When the Black Devil King came up, Wang Mang was about to ask, but the Black Devil King waved his hand and said, "I have caught him. Go to your seclusion room. I will hand him over to you." Chapter 951. After hearing the Black Devil King's words, Wang Mang was immediately overjoyed. He thought that the Black Devil King had failed. After all, this guy had been out for so long. Compared to the half a month that he had promised him, he had been delayed for so long. When he returned, he was still injured. Even if he returned empty-handed, it was natural. However, what made Wang Mang happy was that this guy had really captured Li Taijian. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. Then, he walked toward the seclusion room without stopping. Similarly, the Black Devil King followed closely behind. After arriving at the seclusion room, Wang Mang set up a barrier. Then the Black Devil King said, "I chased him all the way to the East God continent. Moreover, in the process of capturing him, I was injured by an expert of the same level. If I didn't run fast enough, I'm afraid that not only would I be injured, but I would also be doomed to fail." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately said respectfully, "Fellow Taoist, you've worked hard. Thank you for your help. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. I agree to your condition and return the 6th rank quota. As long as you ask, I'll get it for you." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Black Devil King's expression eased slightly. This time, in order to capture Li Taijian for Wang Mang, he had taken a huge risk. Even he himself had suffered considerable injuries. One could imagine how big of an obstacle he had encountered. However, in the end, he had succeeded in capturing Li Taijian. The process was much more difficult than he had imagined. However, after hearing Wang Mang's words, the displeasure in his heart naturally dissipated. I'll hand over Li Taijian to you now. In addition, I've already used a 6th-rank lower treasure, the God Imprisoning Cage, to trap him. After you break through, remember to return my treasures to me, Yi Zichen said. As for killing him, you can directly add the power of law to the God Imprisoning Cage. At that time, even a trace of this guy's true spirit will not be able to escape. He will be refined to death by the God Imprisoning Cage. Then, the Black Devil King transformed into a black-clothed man. Seeing this, Wang Mang's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he transformed into another handsome young man. At this time, the Black Devil King waved his sleeve and a strange iron cage appeared. It was a square iron cage. In the iron cage, Li Taijian's body was riddled with wounds as he was imprisoned within. When he saw Wang Mang and the Black Devil King, he was stunned. Li Taijian roared with a ferocious expression. You capture me. All of you will die a horrible death. Do you think that you can escape after killing me? The Heaven Desolate Palace behind me will not let you off. Even if I die, all of you are destined to be buried with me. Clearly, Li Taijian also knew that his situation was very bad. After all, even he himself did not expect to be captured by an expert. But even though he had some guesses in his heart about the possibility of the people who had captured him, he didn't know who they were. However, he was still unable to determine who had captured him. Therefore, although Li Taijian was terrified and angry, he was imprisoned. However, he could only rely on threats. The only thing he could rely on now was the Heaven Desolate Palace behind him. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately grinned and said, Kid, don't waste your time. If we were afraid of threats, we would have let you go long ago. Therefore, since we dared to capture you, we are naturally not afraid of the Heaven Desolate Palace. After hearing Wang Mang's words, Li Taijian obviously did not recognize Wang Mang. However, he was extremely agitated and roared at Wang Mang with a ferocious expression. Who do you think you are? If this black-clothed man had not captured me, do you think you are worthy to stand in front of me and speak? Obviously, even though he was imprisoned, he could not escape at all. He could not even self-destruct. However, he was still a Stage 6 expert. To Wang Mang, who had not reached Stage 6, he did not take him seriously at all. Moreover, he guessed that the black-clothed man's capture was very likely related to this young man. It might even be to kill him and deprive him of his position as the Realm Master. Therefore, even if he did not recognize Wang Mang, it would be strange if his attitude towards Wang Mang was good. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately grinned and said, Good, good, good. Your mouth is very powerful. Let's see how long you can be stubborn. With that, Wang Mang raised his head and looked at the Black Devil King. He nodded and said, Thank you, fellow Taoist. Hearing this, the Black Devil King waved his hand and said, I will wait for fellow Taoist's good news. With that, the Black Devil King turned around and left. He raised his hand and blasted open the barrier. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang immediately used the power of law and began to set up the barrier. Not long after, Wang Mang set up the barrier again. But just as Wang Mang was about to break through to Stage 6, suddenly Li Taijian, who was in the God Imprisoning Cage, exclaimed angrily, It's you, you little bastard. Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Li Taijian with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? Hearing this, Li Taijian's face was ferocious. Do you think I won't recognize you if you change your face? So it's you. Then the ones who captured me should be the 3 kings of the Dark Region. If I had known this, I would have killed you at all costs. Speaking of this, Li Taijian's tone was filled with hatred. At the same time, he had undoubtedly confirmed Wang Mang's identity. This caused Wang Mang to feel extremely astonished. Just how did this guy do it? However, since he had been seen through, Wang Mang could not be bothered to disguise himself. In the next moment, Wang Mang's body shook, and he returned to his original appearance. At the same time, Wang Mang grinned at Li Taijian and said, Boy, you didn't expect this, right? You didn't expect to fall into my hands one day, right? Seeing that Wang Mang was no longer disguising himself, Li Taijian's face was ferocious. How dare you kill me? Do you know that my Li family is one of the 3 big families in the northern wilderness continent? Even if you kill me, you can forget about living. Not only will my Li family's ancestor find trouble with you, the Heaven Wasteland Palace will not let you go either. I advise you not to do anything stupid and make a mistake. Hearing this, Wang Mang's face was indifferent. He sneered, since I dare to kill you, I naturally know the consequences. Wait until I break through to the Sector Lord level, who can easily do anything to me. After speaking, Wang Mang ignored Li Taijian's furious roars and curses. Then, Wang Mang began to sit cross-legged. At the same time, he began to adjust his state to break through to the next realm. In the next moment, Wang Mang did not hesitate and began to break through to the next realm without any distracting thoughts. At the same time, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, begin to evolve." Then the system's voice sounded, "Ding." Successfully deducted 1 trillion energy points. Beginning to evolve, ding. Detected that the host has captured a Sector Lord level expert. Ding. Ensure that the host can successfully break through and evolve. The system automatically controls the life and death of the Sector Lord so that the host can seamlessly connect and obtain the Sector Lord level 6 identity token. After hearing the system's words, Wang Mang did not have time to think before he lost consciousness. Chapter 952. In the process of breaking through, Wang Mang only felt that his primordial spirit and true spirit were constantly ascending. Flying out of the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, it was still ascending towards the end of the sky at a terrifying speed, until Wang Mang arrived. The 6 Tao rivers that he was once familiar with were still ascending. Soon, he flew past the 6 great Tao rivers, like the river of time, the river of space, the river of karma. Wait, after flying across the 5 Tao rivers, Wang Mang's primordial spirit and true spirit finally saw the legendary river of the Great Tao. The river of the Great Tao looked incomparably blue, like a river of life. But the power of the Great Tao in the river of the Great Tao was incomparably majestic and terrifying. It was as if any power in the river of the Great Tao was difficult to create waves. At the same time, Wang Mang endured the pain and quickly pulled out a trace of his primordial spirit and true spirit. He injected this trace of primordial spirit and true spirit into the Great Tao quicksand floating beside him. Then, Wang Mang threw the Great Tao quicksand into the river of the Great Tao with all his strength. Under Wang Mang's anxious gaze, this grain of Great Tao quicksand was as small as a speck of dust. Finally, after a long time, this grain of Great Tao quicksand, it finally fell into the river of the Great Tao. There was not the slightest ripple, like a speck of dust falling into the sea. At the same time, Wang Mang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, Wang Mang's primordial spirit and true spirit quickly began to fall downwards. At the same time, Wang Mang felt the sky and earth spinning, and even his primordial spirit and true spirit fell into a blur of consciousness. At the same time, when Wang Mang was breaking through, Yuan Gu and Yang Wei, who were also in the City Lord's mansion, were somewhat uneasy. They did not know why. Recently, they had been feeling uneasy. It was as if something bad was about to happen. But they tried their best to deduce, but could not deduce anything at all. Therefore, they were in a very bad mood these days. In addition, Wang Mang fell into a strange silence. He was just looking for trouble with the City Lord's mansion and did not care. This made them even more confused. What was Wang Mang, the City Lord, trying to do? Originally, they thought that Wang Mang would fall out with the 3 kings of the Dark Region. However, in the past 3 months, Wang Mang's men had avoided the 3 kings of the Dark Region even more. This made them even more depressed. They were still hoping that Wang Mang and the Black Region 3 kings would start fighting. In the end, ever since Wang Mang summoned the Black Devil King, Wang Mang's attitude changed drastically. For a moment, they couldn't figure out what Wang Mang wanted to do. Similarly, they also did not know that Wang Mang was breaking through to the Sixth Order. If they knew about this, they would probably pee their pants. After all, none of them believed that Wang Mang had the qualifications to break through to the sixth stage. Moreover, even if he had the qualifications to assail Tier 6, it was impossible to have a position. In order to break through to the Type 6 realm, one would have to kill a Type 6 powerhouse and obtain the identity token. Just this alone was enough to stop all those who wanted to advance to Tier 6. A Tier 5 existence. If one wanted to advance to Tier 6, how could one have the qualifications to cross realms and attack a Tier 6 powerhouse? A Tier 5 powerhouse couldn't compete with a Tier 6 powerhouse at all, unless it was an invincible sovereign or a sovereign-level existence. But in the universe, where did so many sovereigns come from? There weren't many at all, okay? Therefore, this was also one of the benefits of Tier 5 powerhouses stepping on the path of conquering the universe. A Tier 5 lesser sovereign had the opportunity to pry open the door to Tier 6. An invincible sovereign would definitely advance to Tier 6. If these conditions were not met, what would one do if they wanted to break through to Tier 6? Unless there was a Tier 6 powerhouse willing to help you fight for resources and fully cultivate you. Moreover, they would need to kill a Tier 6 powerhouse to obtain the identity token. Without the identity token, it was impossible to break through to Tier 6 in the universe. One could imagine how desperate it would be for those Tier 5 powerhouses to advance to Tier 6 in the future. Either they had heaven-defying talent and became a lesser sovereign-level genius, or they had a heaven-defying background and a Tier 6 powerhouse to help them. Without both, there was basically no hope of entering Tier 6 in this lifetime. Moreover, it was well known that a Tier 6 world repelled a Tier 5 world. Even an existence like Wang Mang would have entered a Tier 6 world if his talent hadn't reached the lesser sovereign level. Most likely, he wouldn't have been able to get the boss of the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland to accept him. If he didn't meet the conditions, rashly entering a Tier 6 world was courting death. Wang Mang was just a Tier 5 powerhouse. He was immediately discovered as soon as he entered a Tier 6 world. If he didn't have a strength, he would have been killed by Li Taijian on the spot. At this moment, in the Deputy City Lord's mansion. Sai, what do you think is going on day after day? What is this guy trying to do? Recently, he's been even more mysterious. Yuan Ge looked helplessly at Yang Wei and said with a worried face. Yang Wei also said helplessly, "How would I know?" Moreover, not long ago, there was bad news. Lord Li Taijian, who he secretly relied on, seems to have disappeared. It is said that he was captured by a mysterious Tier 6 powerhouse. Why do you think he captured a Tier 6 powerhouse? I'm worried that Lord Li Taijian, who he secretly relied on, is going to die. After hearing Yang Wei's words, Yuan Ge also felt a headache. Before Wang Mang's arrival, they were doing fine here, although the battle between the two of them was unusually fierce. But they secretly relied on Li Taijian's people, because they couldn't mix in with Chu Long's direct descendants. In addition, Li Taijian had just risen not long ago. Thus, they secretly sought refuge with him. Unfortunately, it was an area under Li Taijian's jurisdiction. They couldn't speak at all in Chu Long's territory. Chu Long and Li Taijian had been enemies for a long time, because Chu Long's family was once the #1 family in the northern wilderness. It could even be called one of the 4 great families of the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. Along with the 3 #1 families of the Eastern God Continent, Southern Barbarian Continent, and Western Demon Continent, they were listed as the 4 great families of the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. Because in the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, the 4 great families all had a common threshold, which was to have 3 Tier 6 powerhouses. In the past, the Chu family naturally had 3 Tier 6 powerhouses, but one of the Chu family's Tier 6 powerhouses accidentally fell in the Myriad Worlds. Li Taijian immediately connected seamlessly. It would be strange if there wasn't something fishy about it. Therefore, the grudge between the Chu family and the Li family was born. But the Li family was not afraid of the Chu family, because the two Tier 6 powerhouses of the Lee family were both from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Therefore, they were naturally not afraid of the Chu family's revenge. But now, such an unforeseen event had happened to the Lee family. The Lee family was probably not peaceful at this moment. In fact, Lee Taijian's disappearance, it was more serious than they had imagined. At this moment, in the Northern Wilderness Palace, in a solemn hall, the members of the Lee family's direct bloodline, they all lowered their heads and shivered. They saw a white-haired old man at the national level. He walked back and forth in the room anxiously. He had already sent people from the Heaven Wasteland Palace to look for Lee Taijian. He even sent a Tier 6 powerhouse from the Heaven Wasteland Palace who was close to the Lee family. But until now, there was still no news at all. This made him very anxious. At the same time, his gaze was fixed on Lee Taijian's longevity tablet in the distance. But in the next moment, something happened that made his eyes bloodshot. He saw that Lee Taijian's longevity tablet instantly cracked. Chapter 953. No, Jianer, my Jianer. For a moment, he broke down. The Lee family's old man couldn't help but twist his face. He roared at the top of his lungs. At the same time, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. His body staggered. The Lee family's old man, who was a 6-stage powerhouse, almost fell to the ground. A 6-stage powerhouse. In order to train Lee Taijian, his son, oh no, his grandson on the surface. He didn't know how much effort he had put in order to train Lee Taijian. He offended the Chu family, but he didn't regret it at all. In order to strengthen the Lee family, he didn't care at all, because Lee Taijian wasn't his grandson at all. On the contrary, it was his son. It was just that outsiders didn't know all this. It was his son and his daughter-in-law's son. Therefore, he would spare no effort to train Lee Taijian, because his original son's bloodline was too disappointing. Therefore, he and his son also sowed seeds in his daughter-in-law. The result made him overjoyed. He actually had a second bloodline. It was too difficult for a 6-stage powerhouse to have a direct bloodline. Even he didn't have much hope, but his son didn't live up to expectations. But he didn't expect that Lee Taijian was born. After Lee Taijian was born, he didn't let him down when he grew up. Although he was also very mediocre, he couldn't be compared to his eldest son. Lee Taijian, who was born to his daughter-in-law and him, was very hard-working. Therefore, he spared no effort to train Lee Taijian and help Lee Taijian break through to the 6th stage. At this time, a pot-bellied man walked up with a sad face. He hurriedly supported the Lee family's old man and sobbed with tears streaming down his face. Father, the most important thing now is to find the murderer who killed Jian. Your grandson can't die for no reason. Of course, although he was crying sadly with tears streaming down his face. But in fact, Lee Dashan was very excited and happy, although he was Lee Taijian's father in name. But Lee Taijian was not a fool. Could he only be unaware of the trick? No matter how well he usually hid it, but he still noticed that something was wrong, especially Lee Taijian's appearance. It was exactly the same as his father. Lee Taijian, on the other hand, looked nothing like his father. He had guessed it long ago, but he didn't dare to express it. After all, so what if he said out loud? Could it be that he could overthrow his father? His father was a Type 6 divine warrior. He couldn't overturn it at all, much less contend against it. Therefore, Lee Taijian's death was great news for him. If that was the case, it would be impossible for the old man not to nurture him with all his might. After all, the fact that this old thing had 2 sons was already a legend in the ancestral domain of Heaven Wasteland. She wanted to have another child. How could this be? If the powerhouses of the 6 realms thought it was so easy to obtain a bloodline, they would be too naive. For a Tier 6 powerhouse to be born with a bloodline, the difficulty was simply higher than breaking through to Tier 7. Therefore, the harder Lee Dashan cried, the happier he felt. It was good that Lee Taijian died. If he didn't die, how would he have a chance? Right at this moment, the old man from the Lee family roared with a ferocious expression. Investigate. No matter who killed my Jianer, I'll make sure that person dies a graveless death. Hearing this, Lee Dashan sneered in his heart, but but on the surface, he looked sad and pained. As for who killed Li Taijian, he didn't care at all, while the old man from the Li family was furious. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. At this moment, in the city lord's mansion of the Black Domain, in the seclusion room of the city lord's mansion, at this moment, Wang Mang slowly woke up from his seclusion. At this moment, Wang Mang's entire body was covered in black devouring laws. Obviously, after breaking through to Tier 6, the power of laws all over his body had transformed into the devouring laws. Is this the power of a realm lord? It's indeed many times stronger than Tier 5. To be honest, the gap between Tier 6 and Tier 5 was only known to those who had truly broken through. The difference between the two was really incomparable. Only a peak rank 5 utmost exalt would be able to close the gap. At the same time, Wang Mang also felt it. There was already a connection between him and the ancestral domain of Heaven Wasteland. This so-called connection was the identity token that Wang Mang obtained. This identity token was naturally obtained from Li Taijian. Similarly, if one day Wang Mang died, others would also obtain the identity token on his body. Of course, this day would never come. Just as Wang Mang was filled with emotion and feeling the powerful power in his body. At this moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. Warm reminder to the host. Energy units have changed. As the energy value unit is too small, it will be replaced by the law value in the future. 100 million energy value equals 1 law value. Ding. Warm reminder to the host. 1 trillion energy value has been converted into law value for the host. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then, Wang Mang was relieved. After all, his energy value had now reached 1 trillion. It was obviously not suitable to continue using it. Therefore, it was normal to replace it with a new energy unit. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but wonder. System, which lost stone crystal? What's the ratio with the energy unit? The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced ding. Warm reminder to the host. Low-grade law crystal 100 is equal to 1 law value. Middle-grade law crystal 10 is equal to 1 law value. High-grade law crystal 1 is equal to 1 law value. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang suddenly understood. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced ding. Warm reminder to the host. Due to the host's promotion to rank 6, the host's original rank 5 Lesser Supreme has successfully fallen to rank 6 Unparalleled Heavens Chosen. Note, with the blessing of a Heavens Chosen, you have the battle strength of a rank 6 Heavenly Layer. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned again. Good heavens! From rank 5 to rank 6, he directly fell from Lesser Supreme to Unparalleled Heavens Chosen, directly dropped by 3 levels. In other words, even after an Unparalleled Supreme broke through to rank 6, they would also fall from Unparalleled Supreme to Mythical Heavens Chosen. After thinking of this, Wang Mang felt much better in his heart. Moreover, in this way, his current basic battle strength had reached the 4th heavenly layer of Realm Lord. Once he used the Heavens Chosen technique, no one in the 4th heavenly layer of Realm Lord could compete with him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly became high-spirited. With his current strength in the Black Domain, he was fully deserving of the title of king. What Black Devil King? What Shadow Devil King? What Blood Devil King? All of them were suppressed. Now, in the Black Domain, who else could contend against him? There was already no one who could contend against him. Chapter 954. It was precisely because of this that Wang Mang was so happy. Ruling the Black Domain was not difficult for him now. As for the 2 vice city lords of the city lord's mansion, they did not pose any threat to Wang Mang. In a good mood, Wang Mang did not come out of seclusion so quickly. On the contrary, he still had a treasure, which was the God-refining gourd. Now that he had broken through to the Sector Lord realm, this thing should be able to be used. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart moved. He took out the God-refining gourd from the storage space and floated in front of him. Looking at the completely black and purple god refining gourd, Wang Mang reached out and took it. Then, Wang Mang poured in the power of law and tried to open the gourd lid. But what surprised Wang Mang was that the gourd lid was finally gently opened by him. Then, a terrifying, devouring law appeared. It was so powerful that even Wang Mang was shocked. He hurriedly closed the lid of the god refining gourd. He was afraid that if he continued to open the gourd lid, he would be sucked into the gourd. Then, Wang Mang began to study the god refining gourd. He studied it for more than a month before he understood the use of the god refining gourd. This was a treasure that could absorb a sector lord into the god refining gourd. Other than that, this god refining gourd could also absorb divine weapons into the gourd. Moreover, after being absorbed into the gourd after a period of time, the experts or divine weapons that were absorbed into the gourd, they would be devoured and refined into pure power of law or law crystal. After hearing this news, Wang Mang was even more overjoyed. This thing was too practical. Whether it was an expert or a divine weapon, they could all be absorbed into it. It could even be refined into pure power of law or law crystal. This was simply a good item for refining and refining items, a good item for experts. Moreover, this thing could be used against enemies. Once Wang Mang activated it with all his strength, it could also absorb experts. It was simply a gourd that could be used for multiple purposes. Of course, it was worth mentioning. The god refining gourd wanted to absorb experts, unless the expert wasn't higher than a sector lord. Moreover, he was weaker than Wang Mang, because no matter how powerful Wang Mang's strength was, it was impossible for him to defeat Wang Mang. However, a low-grade 6-tier treasure was still a low-grade 6-tier treasure. It was naturally impossible to take away a World King level powerhouse. Its use could only be maximized at Sector Lord level. As for why it was related to Wang Mang's strength, if Wang Mang relied on a bottle gourd, he was invincible against Sector Lords. That was completely unrealistic. Other than that, the gourd had another condition to keep a Sector Lord in. That was, if the other party was injured, and the more serious the injury, the more likely it was that they would be sucked in. As for those who were much weaker than Wang Mang, for example, Sector Lords of the first level, Wang Mang could easily absorb it into the soul refining gourd with his powerful strength. Even without relying on the soul refining gourd, Wang Mang could easily suppress and kill them, because the difference between each sky of Sector Lord level was simply too great. The difference between each sky was as much as 10 times. Because of this, although this function was a bit useless, it could be refined into law crystals. This function was quite good. It could be used to trap people and also to convert law crystals. Thus, Wang Mang used half a year to successfully refine the soul refining gourd. After finishing all of this, Wang Mang joyfully muttered in his heart, "Don't worry. System, open my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information appeared. Wang Mang, Heaven's Powerhouse, Heaven Wasteland Palace member, type 9 Heavens Thunder Python, limit 850 meters, bloodline, Sector Lord 2 stars, Demon God Snake Blood, realm, Sector Lord first level, Supreme Heaven's Pride, body, 850 meters long, 40 meters wide, 3 billion tons weight. Divine ability, Ancient Demon Tyrant Body, Pseudo 6, 9 Heavens Thunder Seal, Pseudo 6, Devouring God Art, Pseudo 6, Escape Wind, Pseudo 6, 3 Devouring Arts, 6 levels, Heaven's Chosen Arts, 6 levels. Space, 1 bottle of Forgotten Love Water, 2 King Tokens, 6th rank lower grade bad luck card X1, designated lottery chance X1. Equipment, Sovereign Mask, 5 levels, Soul Refining Gourd, 6 levels, God Devouring Halberd, 6 levels, 100 War Divine Armor, 6 levels, Azure Lotus Sword, 6 levels, Slaughtering Demon Blade, 6 levels, Talent, 19050/15,000, Lesser Sovereign. Law Points, 10,000/30,000. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang immediately let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that becoming a sector lord wasn't that difficult. 30,000 law points. Wang Mang believed that it wouldn't be difficult to gather them. Thinking of this, Wang Mang slowly stood up and prepared to leave seclusion. But at this moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced ding. Detected host current situation. Host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Already a 6th rank powerhouse. It's time to take in a disciple and nurture the disciple into a sector lord powerhouse. Mission time. Obtained upon completion. Mission reward. Free evolution, chance X1. Sector lord blind box X1. Sector lord treasure, chest X1. Mission 2. Already a 6th rank powerhouse. It's time to take in 2 disciples and nurture them into sector lord powerhouses. The final reward will be based on the number of disciples who break through the 6th rank. Mission time. Obtained upon completion. Mission reward. Free evolution, chance X2. Sector lord blind box X2. Sector lord treasure, chest X2. Mission 3. Already a 6th rank powerhouse. It's time to take in 3 disciples and nurture them in sector lord powerhouses. The final reward will be based on the number of disciples who break through the 6th rank. Mission time. Obtained upon completion. Mission reward. Free evolution, chance X3. Sector lord blind box X1. Sector lord treasure, chest X1. After listening to the system's mission, Wang Mang was immediately stunned. What the hell? What kind of strange mission is this? He needed a disciple. Moreover, he could nurture them into sector lord powerhouses for free. Such a good thing. He had never encountered such a thing before. Which big shot was willing to nurture him? No. If there was a dominator powerhouse now, or even a sector king powerhouse would nurture him, Wang Mang didn't mind calling the other party master, because he didn't need to put in any effort to reap the rewards. Such a good thing. Who wouldn't want it? But the system actually gave out such a mission. Wasn't this just asking him to be a good person? Obviously, even if it was nominally accepting a disciple, Wang Mang wasn't willing, no matter how generous the reward was. Wang Mang was also incomparably conflicted, even hesitating. The reward was indeed generous, but he really didn't want to be a good person. This was like asking a selfish person to selflessly contribute. This was simply worse than killing Wang Mang. But the system's reward was very generous. It directly gave him a free evolution chance. In other words, he didn't need to worry about increasing his strength. The mission reward would lose its effect on him. Moreover, bringing in a disciple to become a sector lord would give him a free evolution chance. To be honest, this reward was already very generous. It was so generous that Wang Mang was completely speechless. But the problem was that Wang Mang was such an incomparably selfish person. To nurture a 6th ranked disciple for free, this was simply worse than killing him. Chapter 955. Sigh. System, why did you give me such a mission? How do you want me to complete the mission? For a moment, Wang Mang's face was full of pain. This feeling made Wang Mang feel very conflicted. How difficult was it to break through to rank 6? Look at the promise that Wang Mang owed the Black Devil King. This was also under the condition that Wang Mang's foundation was perfect. In the end, Wang Mang still owed the Black Devil King a rank 6 quota. Therefore, one could imagine that if Wang Mang wanted to complete the mission, how big of a price would he have to pay? Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel conflicted. After a long silence, Wang Mang finally decided to choose the 3rd mission. Yes, Wang Mang decided to choose the most beneficial option. At most, he would ruthlessly squeeze his disciple. Moreover, when he broke through to rank 6, it was impossible that he wouldn't clash with a rank 6 powerhouse. Thinking of this, Wang Mang finally decided to choose the 3rd mission. Thinking of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, I choose the 3rd mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully chosen mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang's mood was still quite good. Then, Wang Mang raised his hand and blasted open the enchantment on the seclusion room. Then, Wang Mang walked out of the seclusion room and came to the mansion in the city. At that moment, when the temporary workers of the city lord's residence saw Wang Mang, they were all stunned. They could naturally feel the terrifying aura on Wang Mang's body. That was the aura of a rank 6 powerhouse. For a moment, the temporary workers in the city lord's mansion were all dumbfounded. After all, the city lord who had been in seclusion for close to a year had actually reached rank 6. What did this mean? It meant that Li Taijian, who had died not long ago, it was very likely related to their city lord. After all, no other rank 6 experts had fallen in the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland recently. Even though they had guessed what was going on, they all pretended not to know. No one said a word. After all, this was a matter between the big shots. It was not something temporary workers like them could interfere with. Don't even talk about it. Otherwise, such a big shot would have crushed them to death. It was as easy as crushing an ant. At the same time, Wang Mang also noticed the changes in their expressions. However, Wang Mang didn't care at all. Since he dared to kill Li Taijian, he naturally guessed that the situation wouldn't be good. But now, he had the strength of a sector lord at the 4th level. Using the Heaven's chosen technique, he had the strength of a sector lord at the 5th level. He was no longer afraid of these small difficulties. So what if he killed him? Was he going to kill him for a dead man? He was thinking too much. If it really couldn't be solved, Wang Mang would run away immediately. Don't forget, Wang Mang still had the king's decree. This was Wang Mang's confidence. As long as before the end of the conquering path, he could return to the conquering path at any time. Then, he could escape through the conquering path. Of course, Wang Mang had already lost the qualifications to return to the conquering path, because he had already broken through to the 6th level. This meant that Wang Mang was destined to lose the qualifications. But because he had the king's decree, he could still return. This was also one of the reasons why Wang Mang wasn't worried. At this moment, 2 shocked voices sounded. How could you have broken through to the 6th level? You couldn't have killed Li Taijian. Damn it. You must have asked someone to help you kill Li Taijian. Hearing this, Wang Mang looked sideways and saw Yuan Ge and Yang Wei. At this moment, the two of them were staring at Wang Mang with their mouths agape, as if they had seen a ghost. After coming back to their senses, Yuan Ge and Yang Wei sneered coldly. You're finished. You dared to kill Li Taijian. The Heaven Wasteland Palace won't let you off. That's right. The Li clan's Imperial Elder has been looking for you for a long time. The Li clan's Imperial Elder won't let you off. Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. You still have the time to worry about me? You'd better worry about yourselves. Don't worry. You'll die before me. So, I'll send you on your way now. At this point, Wang Mang slowly walked toward the two of them. Seeing this, Yuan Ge and Yang Wei, who had regained their senses, widened their eyes in horror. They pointed at Wang Mang in disbelief and said in shock and anger, You're crazy. We're members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. If you want to die, kill us. You won't have a good ending. Hearing this, Wang Mang grinned and said, It's okay. Too many debts don't weigh me down. Anyway, killing one is killing. Killing two is also killing. After hearing Wang Mang's words, Yuan Ge and Yang Wei were stunned. They were actually speechless for a moment. Yes, he had already killed Li Taijian. What was the point of killing them now? Were their lives more precious than Li Taijian's? Obviously, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. How could their lives be compared to Li Taijian's? Thinking of this, they felt their scalps go numb, especially when they saw the unbridled and cold murderous intent in Wang Mang's eyes. The two of them retreated in horror and roared at the same time. You can't do this. You can't kill us. Hearing this, Wang Mang sneered and waved at the two of them. In the next moment, the terrifying Devour Law emerged, and the two of them flew toward Wang Mang uncontrollably. No, no! The two of them screamed in horror and struggled wildly. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Under the control of Wang Mang's terrifying devour law, they could not escape. They couldn't escape at all. They couldn't even resist. In the next moment, the two of them were blasted into a bloody mist by Wang Mang's 2 fingers. Then Wang Mang opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking the 2 of them into his mouth. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured 2 grand perfection god emperors. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained 2 law points. Damn! This depreciation was too exaggerated. A grand perfection god emperor only provided him with 2 law points? One had to know that before he broke through to rank 6. A grand perfection god emperor could provide him with 10 billion energy points. That was 100 law points, but now it had depreciated by 100 times. In other words, a grand perfection god emperor was of no use to him. This was comparable to the cost of 100 people entering and leaving Blackfield City. This was indeed something Wang Mang did not expect, but Wang Mang soon felt relieved, because he had never thought of relying on killing grand perfection god emperors to accumulate his foundation. At this moment, a figure rushed in from outside the city lord mansion in a sorry state. It was a young man who looked very miserable. This young man was immediately delighted when he saw Wang Mang. Greetings, City Lord. Lord City Lord, Lord Black Devil King wants you to hurry out of Blackfield City to help him. Shadow Devil King and Blood Devil King joined forces to try and kill Lord Black Devil King while he was recuperating. Lord City Lord, I beg you to hurry up and go save our Lord Black Devil King. Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned, his face full of astonishment. Obviously, he did not expect that while Black Devil King was recuperating, he was actually ambushed by Blood Devil King and Shadow Devil King. Moreover, from this brat's anxious tone, at this moment, Black Devil King's situation was probably not optimistic. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's eyes immediately turned. Should he stall for time and wait for Black Devil King to die before going over? At that time, it wouldn't be him who didn't keep his promise. After all, if Black Devil King didn't hold on, what did it have to do with him? This way, he wouldn't have to promise Black Devil King a spot. Chapter 956. It could be said that as long as he delayed until the Black Devil King died, he would gain a lot of benefits and benefits. The rewards and benefits were plentiful. He did not have to fulfill his promise to the Black Devil King. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could be said to be restless. He glanced at the young man and waved his hand to refuse. Young friend, it's not that I don't want to save him, but I just broke through and haven't stabilized my cultivation yet. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the anxious young man was stunned. However, this young man was not stupid. Wang Mang's current state did not look like he had stabilized his cultivation at all. Obviously, Wang Mang was going to refuse. Thinking of this, the young man immediately gritted his teeth and said, City Lord, please don't refuse. The Black Devil King said that if you refuse, he wants you to fulfill your oath now and return him a rank 6 quota. Hearing this, Wang Mang's face suddenly darkened, and he was speechless. The Black Devil King was really prepared. He was afraid that he would not save him. Because of that, Wang Mang was speechless when he passed on the message to the youth. However, he could fulfill his oath now and return the rank 6 quota. After all, in this process, he could also stall for time. At most, he could stall until he and this guy died. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said indifferently, I can fulfill my oath now. I will think of a way to get the rank 6 quota for him now. Okay, you can go now. After saying that, Wang Mang waved his hand, indicating that the young man could get lost. He did make a great Tao oath that he would return the rank 6 quota. However, he did not say when. When he made the great Tao oath, he also said that he would return the rank 6 quota. However, he did not say that he would return the rank 6 quota within the stipulated time. In other words, this great Tao oath actually had a loophole. If the other party died, he could indeed not fulfill his oath. As the saying goes, when a person dies, his debt will disappear and his Tao will disappear. Seeing Wang Mang directly drive him away, the young man was stunned. After regaining his senses, he looked at Wang Mang with a face full of anger and asked loudly, "Fellow Taoist, are you really going to go back on your word? Or does fellow Taoist not intend to fulfill the oath of the great Tao at all?" Hearing that, Wang Mang looked at the young man in surprise, feeling surprised. It seemed like this young man knew quite a lot about the oath he had made with the Black Devil King. This proved that the relationship between this youth and the Black Devil King had benefited greatly. Wang Mang even guessed that the Class 6 quota that the Black Devil King wanted him to promise was very likely prepared for this youth. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly chuckled. With an indifferent expression, he said with his hands behind his back, "When did I say that I won't make an oath? My cultivation base is not stable right now. After I stabilize my cultivation base, why can't I immediately fulfill my cultivation base? Furthermore, the vow between me and the Black Devil King did not allow me to return the 6th order quota within the stipulated time." After that, Wang Mang waved his hand impatiently and said, "Get lost. I don't wish to speak any further." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the young man's face was filled with anger. He glared at Wang Mang. Unfortunately, Wang Mang did not care at all. His eyes were cold as he flicked his sleeves and said coldly, "Don't make me attack you. Get lost, ant." The young man was so angry that his whole body trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, "Untrustworthy people who do not abide by their oaths will not have a good ending." After that, the young man no longer hesitated and turned to leave quickly. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately laughed disdainfully. Then, Wang Mang quietly followed behind. After all, the battle between the 3 kings of the Black Domain, he could not really turn a blind eye to it. Perhaps he could solve it once and for all. If the Shadow Demon King and the Blood Demon King could really kill the Black Devil King, Wang Mang would also seize the opportunity to see if he could stop the Shadow Demon King and the Blood Demon King. If he had the chance to get rid of all 3 of them, he would be the true king of the Black Domain. Very quickly, Wang Mang quietly followed the young man to the outskirts of the Black Domain city. He saw the young man anxiously rushing towards a mountain range. Wang Mang could vaguely feel through the law energy ripples that in the depths of the mountain range, there was a great battle between level 6 experts. Then, Wang Mang gave up on following the young man. He immediately followed the law energy ripples and concealed his aura as he sped away. After arriving at the depths of the mountain range, Wang Mang saw the 3 kings of the Black Domain fighting intensely. Among them, the Black Devil King was being attacked by 2 other Sector Lord 4th Heaven experts. Under the joint attack of these 2 Sector Lord experts, the Black Devil King was in a difficult situation. His body was riddled with injuries. And from a situation of the 3 of them fighting, the Black Devil King was really in a great danger. 1 against 2, under the situation where the difference in strength wasn't big, this was undoubtedly seeking death. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately crossed his arms and remained hidden in the dark. After all, now is not the time for him to make a move. At the same time, Wang Mang could also vaguely hear the Black Devil King's pleading voice. "The 2 of you, why must you force each other? The 3 of us have peacefully worked together in the Black Domain for so many years. Once we die, it won't be of much benefit to the 2 of you, right?" Hearing this, the tall and sturdy Blood Demon King sneered. "Don't worry, after you die, there will naturally be someone to take over your position. Also, the Black Domain's resources are too little. It's unable to maintain the steady accumulation of the 3 of us. So, fellow Taoist, you should go in peace." Hearing Blood Demon King's words, the Black Devil King was furious. Unfortunately, it was of no use. He could only blame himself. When he helped Wang Mang take down Li Taijian, he was heavily injured, and this secret information was discovered by Blood Demon King and Shadow Demon King, which was why the 2 of them took the chance to attack. But in reality, the Black Domain was so huge. The benefits provided to the 3 of them were enough. But 1 less person meant 1 more share of resources. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? Although the three kings of the Black Domain had worked together to dominate the Black Domain for a long time. But this was because their strength was about the same. If the Black Devil King hadn't been seriously injured, they wouldn't have made a move. But the news of the Black Devil King was leaked, and they seized the opportunity. Therefore, the two of them chose to seize the opportunity to kill the Black Devil King. Moreover, as time passed, the Black Devil King was in danger. Therefore, the rank 6 Black Devil Spear in his hand couldn't resist the crazy attacks of the two at all. In the end, the Black Devil King was on the verge of death under the suppression of the two of them. But the Black Devil King still seemed to have persevered. But when the Black Devil King saw the young man coming alone from afar, he couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't hold on any longer and roared at the young man, "Go! The farther you go, the better." Hearing this, the young man's eyes turned red, and he stood on the spot for a long time. But no matter how the Black Devil King roared, he didn't choose to leave. Seeing this scene, Wang Meng couldn't help but be surprised. Unfortunately, even if the young man didn't leave, it was useless. Because under Wang Meng's observation, the Black Devil King was seriously injured and on the verge of death. In the end, he was jointly attacked by Blood Demon King and Shadow Demon King. He was imprisoned in a rank 6 white iron cage. Chapter 9:57. Obviously, the Blood Demon King and the Shadow Demon King. They were not in a hurry to kill the Black Devil King. As for the reason, it was very simple. Killing a 6th order was not worth anything to them. Once the Black Devil King was killed, they would not be able to connect seamlessly, as well as creating another 6th-stage venerable. In this way, what was the point of hunting the Black Devil King with all their might? Therefore, they could not let the Black Devil King die at all. Imprisoning him was the best way. At the same time, Wang Meng was also ready to make a move, but he still resisted the impulse. After all, he needed to determine who took the Blood Demon King and the Shadow Demon King away. Whoever took the Black Devil King away, Wang Meng would make a move on him. In this way, he could also maximize the benefits. Once he imprisoned 2 6th-order powerhouses, wouldn't he have 2 6th-order quotas? At that time, he only needed to recruit a disciple with a perfect foundation, and he could easily complete the task. Thinking of this, Wang Meng was in a good mood. He calmed down and waited to see who was going to imprison this guy. Soon, Wang Meng saw the two of them whispering to each other. After discussing for a while, in the end, the Blood Demon King gave a storage ring to the Shadow Demon King. Then, the Blood Demon King took away the white 6th-order cage that imprisoned the Black Devil King. As for the young man, he was completely ignored by the two of them. Seeing this scene, Wang Meng naturally followed quietly in the dark. What surprised Wang Meng was that the Blood Demon King did not go towards the Black Domain. On the contrary, he walked towards the depths of the mountain range. He had no intention of walking towards the Black Domain. This made Wang Meng even happier, because if this guy returned to the Black Domain, Wang Meng really did not have a chance to make a move. Half an hour after the Blood Demon King flew towards the depths of the mountain range, Wang Meng finally could not bear it anymore. He jumped out of his hiding place and stood in front of the Blood Demon King. When he saw Wang Meng suddenly appear, the Blood Demon King was obviously shocked. Especially when he felt Wang Meng's strange aura, he was even more astonished, because Wang Meng's aura was clearly that of a sector lord at the 4th level. But Wang Meng's realm was truly at the 1st level of the sector lord realm. More importantly, Wang Meng was an unfamiliar face. He had no idea at all. In other words, Wang Meng had appeared out of nowhere. He then thought of Li Taijian, who had died in the northern wilderness continent not long ago. In an instant, Blood Demon Emperor guessed that this guy was most likely a newly promoted sector lord. It was just that a newly promoted sector lord whose strength had reached Wang Meng's level was truly rare. After sizing up Wang Meng for a moment, a smile appeared on the Blood Demon King's burly and fierce face. If I'm not wrong, the Black Devil King's injury should be related to your breakthrough to the 6th order. And you have followed me for quite some time, which proves that you have reached some sort of agreement with the Black Devil King. However, You didn't complete the agreement between the two of you, and instead followed me at this time. You should be thinking of catching both me and the Black Devil King in one fell swoop to prevent future troubles and maximize your benefits. Hearing the Blood Demon King's words, the originally calm and composed Wang Mang was instantly stunned. He looked at the Blood Demon King in astonishment. Wang Mang obviously didn't expect this. This guy had almost instantly guessed the gist of the matter. After a short moment of astonishment, Wang Mang instantly laughed and clapped. Amazing, my matter. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, you have already guessed it. Then, where do you think I get my confidence from? Where do you think I can kill you? Hearing Wang Mang's words, the Blood Demon King's fierce face revealed a sinister smile. Then let's see how strong you are. Let's see who will kill who. The moment he finished speaking, the Blood Demon King took out a blood-colored spear and pointed it at Wang Mang. This was also a 6th-level lower-grade god weapon. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's expression was calm, and the God Devourer halberd appeared in his hands. Evidently, Wang Mang was still very confident in being able to kill this fellow. It could be said that within the 4th heaven of Sector Lord Realm, Wang Mang was never afraid of anyone, especially with his tyrannical foundation and the Heaven's Chosen technique that raised his battle strength. This was also the reason why Wang Mang was so confident in killing the Blood Demon King. Kill! It was accompanied by a cold and stern shout. Wang Mang raised his halberd and attacked. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I want to see if you're just a facade. As he spoke, the Blood Demon King also raised his spear and swept over. In the next moment, the two god weapons in their hands collided. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. Moreover, because both of them attacked with full strength, the god weapons in their hands carried terrifying power of loss. Under the collision, both of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. Observing carefully, Wang Mang discovered that under the circumstances where he didn't use the Heaven's Chosen technique, his strength was really not much different from a 4th heaven of Sector Lord Realm. The two's previous attacks didn't even determine who was better, and could be said to be equal. Similarly, the Blood Demon King's expression was heavy, and his gaze towards Wang Mang no longer had any contempt. Because he had already guessed something, no wonder the former Black Demon King was willing to cooperate with this guy. After this guy broke through to the Sector Lord Realm, he had the cultivation of a 1st heaven of Sector Lord Realm and the battle strength of a 4th heaven of Sector Lord Realm. This proved that the guy in front of him had extremely high achievements when he was at the 5th level and was very likely the new city lord of the Black region. Therefore, while attacking Wang Mang again, the Blood Demon King asked at the same time, "You're the new city lord of the Black region?" Hearing this, Wang Mang raised his halberd and slashed towards the Blood Demon King, replying, "Didn't you already guess it? Still asking?" Clang! Another sound of weapons clashing rang out. At the same time, the halberd in Wang Mang's hand became faster and faster. But what surprised Wang Mang was that, facing the halberd in his hand, the Blood Demon King was at ease and mocked indifferently. "I've been fighting for 900 million years. How rich is my battle experience? If the city lord only has this strength, it's not enough to kill me." Hearing this, Wang Mang sneered, "Then today will be the day you fall." While speaking, Wang Mang slashed his halberd at the Blood Demon King with all his might. The Blood Demon King didn't back down, raising his halberd and clashing with Wang Mang again. The two were once again shaken by the terrifying power of law and retreated tens of meters. Then, the Blood Demon Lord, who was holding the long spear, smiled calmly. "You can't do it either, City Lord? Whose death anniversary will it be next year?" Hearing this, Wang Mang sneered. The halberd in his hand floated in front of him. Then, his hands kept forming seals. Seeing this, the Blood Demon King laughed. Would he be afraid of divine arts? In terms of divine arts, he had broken through to the Sector Lord level and naturally had his own divine arts foundation. At the same time, Wang Mang's devour law gathered like clouds, enveloping his entire body. At the same time, Wang Mang raised his voice and angrily shouted, "I'm the chosen one. I'm also the only one. Just as he finished speaking, in the sky, a black devour law light pillar descended from the sky, enveloping him. At the same time, Wang Mang's aura began to rise crazily. And as time passed, Wang Mang's aura became stronger and stronger. Double, triple. However, Wang Mang's aura was still rising crazily. Chapter 958. Seeing this scene, the Blood Demon King, who was originally relaxed and had a mocking smile on his face, instantly stiffened. Especially when a light pillar of the law of devour disappeared, Wang Mang's aura increased by 6 times. At this moment, he could no longer laugh, and his eyes were full of shock and uncertainty. Could this be a divine ability to increase combat power? Thinking of this, the Blood Demon King's face turned ugly. Finally, he knew. Where did Wang Mang's confidence come from to hunt him down? Because divine abilities that could increase combat power were too rare among the 6th Order divine abilities. If he really had to rank the 6th Order divine abilities, the first divine ability to increase combat power, the second divine ability to defend the body. If the current him were to continue fighting with Wang Mang would definitely be defeated. Perhaps there was a real possibility that he might perish. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, the Blood Demon King turned into a stream of light and flew away. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh and chased after this guy. In just a few moments, Wang Mang easily blocked the Blood Demon King's path with his 6-fold combat strength. What? Why are you running? Aren't you curious whether I can kill you? Do you think I can kill you? While mocking, Wang Mang held the halberd and attacked the Blood Demon King again. After trying to dodge several times, the Blood Demon King could only hold his spear and block the halberd with a sullen face. But in the next moment, the Blood Demon King's face changed drastically. This terrifying law of devour was simply too terrifying. Under the attack of Wang Mang's halberd, the Blood Demon King was sent flying backward by the terrifying law of devour. Then, without waiting for the Blood Demon King to react, Wang Mang rushed forward again and slashed the Blood Demon King with his halberd. Damn it! After cursing angrily, the Blood Demon King quickly raised the long spear in his hand and blocked above his head. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of weapons colliding. The Blood Demon King was directly suppressed to the ground by Wang Mang. Rumble. Under the absolute suppression of Wang Mang's strength, the Blood Demon King's face was distorted as he knelt on the ground. Blood was flowing out of his hands that were holding the spear, and his aura had also become extremely unstable. Open for me. Just as Wang Mang was about to attack again, the Blood Demon King roared and tried to stand up. Seeing this, Wang Mang sneered. The halberd in his hand carried the terrifying law of devour as he slashed down again. Plop! The Blood Demon King, who was trying to shout, was once again suppressed by Wang Mang and forced to kneel on the ground. 100-meter deep crater was smashed into the ground. Fellow Taoist, why are you kneeling? At this moment, Wang Mang's face was full of mockery. At the same time, the halberd in his hand smashed down with all his might. Very quickly, the Blood Demon King was smashed into the ground by Wang Mang's crazy attacks. At the same time, the Blood Demon King's face was hideous. He couldn't help but beg for mercy in pain. Fellow Taoist, please let me go. Hearing this, Wang Mang suddenly sneered. Why are you begging for mercy? Didn't you say you were going to kill me? As he spoke, Wang Mang's hand chopped faster and faster. He didn't give the Blood Demon King a chance to breathe at all. After a full half an hour, the Blood Demon King, with disheveled hair, was covered in blood. His hands were covered in blood. Furthermore, Wang Mang had seized the opportunity to sever one of his legs. There was no doubt. With the support of 6-fold combat power, Wang Mang could be said to have beaten the Blood Demon King. The Blood Demon King couldn't fight back at all. This also made Wang Mang's mood very good. Then, Wang Mang quietly took out the soul refining gourd. His other hand was smashing the spear that the Blood Demon King blocked above his head with all his might. It had to be said, This guy's combat experience was really too rich. Even if Wang Mang had the strength to crush him, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him. But as time passed, there would naturally be more flaws. Just like now, the Blood Demon King was completely suppressed by him and couldn't even escape. At this time, Wang Mang turned the halberd in his hand again, scaring the Blood Demon King so much that he hurriedly took the initiative to raise his spear to block. But this time, Wang Mang didn't slash at the Blood Demon King, but changed it into a slash. Quang dang. The spear in the Blood Demon King's hand was directly sent flying. At the same time, Wang Mang instantly seized the opportunity. He opened the soul refining gourd and activated the law. The next moment, the soul refining gourd opened the gourd and instantly kept the spear inside. Then, Wang Mang closed the soul refining gourd, and the halberd in his hand was already on his neck. This also made the Blood Demon King stunned. His eyes dimmed, and he no longer resisted. After all, the halberd was already on his neck, and he couldn't resist at all. And Wang Mang could easily chop off his head, so there was no need to resist. Seeing this, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction, then took out the god-binding cage and said indifferently, "Go in." Hearing this, the Blood Demon King looked at the god-binding cage with a pale face. Finally, under Wang Mang's coercion, he entered the god-binding cage. Before entering, Wang Mang even took his storage ring, because Wang Mang knew that the Blood Demon King was kept in his storage ring. After closing the god-binding cage, Wang Mang couldn't help but be in a good mood. Not bad. Not bad at all. Now, he had already obtained 2 Sector Lord powerhouses. He could completely take in disciples without any psychological pressure. However, Wang Mang wasn't satisfied. On the contrary, Wang Mang was rushing towards the Black Domain with terrifying speed. Because Wang Mang wanted to make the best use of his time before the Heaven's Chosen technique lost its effect. It would be best if he could catch the last Shadow Demon King in one fell swoop. But when Wang Mang reached the Demon Domain, he instantly laughed, because the Shadow Demon King was still in the Black Domain. Hence, Wang Mang was even more unrestrained as he flew towards the Shadow Demon King's location. A few incense sticks worth of time later, Wang Mang arrived at the top of an extremely luxurious hall, his hands behind his back as he stood proudly in the air. After seeing this scene, many people in the city were surprised and began to talk about it. Who is this level 6 powerhouse? I don't think I've seen him before. Yeah, such a powerful aura. Why do I feel that his aura is even stronger than the Shadow Demon King? It's not a feeling from his aura. His aura is already close to Sector Lord 5th Layer. That's right, I was fortunate enough to meet a Sector Lord 5th Layer whose aura was even stronger than his. What I'm curious about is, where did this powerhouse come from? Is he looking for trouble with the Shadow Demon King? While everyone was discussing, the Shadow Demon King's figure soared into the sky and stood proudly in front of Wang Mang. He looked at Wang Mang in shock, then frowned and asked, "Why haven't I seen you before? And why did you come to find me?" While speaking, the Shadow Demon King was sizing up Wang Mang and had some guesses in his heart. But Wang Mang's aura made him feel extremely heavy. He was probably also Sector Lord 4th Layer. He was very likely not Wang Mang's match. Under the Shadow Demon King's frowning gaze, Wang Mang had his hands behind his back as he smiled and said arrogantly, "Dao friend, it's like this, I only want to kill Dao friend, or be killed by Dao friend." Chapter 9:59. Hearing Wang Mang's words. The cultivators who were watching and discussing in the distance were all dumbfounded. What a guy. The most gentle tone, saying the most arrogant words. For a moment, the onlookers were in an uproar. Voices of discussion rose from all directions. Awesome. This mysterious Sector Lord is really fucking arrogant. Not just arrogant. Shadow Demon King has dominated the Black Domain for countless years. Yeah, this guy is really fierce. He wants to kill Shadow Demon King the moment he opens his mouth. He's really good at acting. He's like me in the past. As expected, the ancients didn't lie. There's still a long way to go to act cool. Did you see that? I seriously suspect that I couldn't break through to level 6 because I'm too bad at acting cool. If it's possible, I also want to act like this big shot. You? I'm afraid you won't be able to act cool even if you have 10 lives. While everyone was discussing, Shadow Demon King was stunned. He then laughed angrily. You only want to beat me to death, or be beaten to death by me. I might not be as strong as you, but to kill me, you're still a bit lacking. He admitted that Wang Mang's strength wasn't a match for Wang Mang among sector lords at level 4. Although Wang Mang's aura gave him a strong sense of threat, he was still confident. Hearing this, Wang Mang grinned. Good. I'm not looking forward to being killed by you. As he spoke, Wang Mang's halberd appeared in his hand. He charged toward Shadow Demon King. Seeing this, Shadow Demon King didn't back down. A black halberd appeared in his hand. He laughed coldly. I like to see how capable you are and whether you can suppress me. In the next moment, the two were about to clash, and Shadow Demon King was the first to attack. The halberd in his hand chopped towards Wang Mang's chest. But what happened next shocked him. Wang Mang didn't dodge. Instead, he stabbed his halberd towards Shadow Demon King's chest. I don't believe that you won't defend. Seeing this scene, the Shadow Demon King's heart was filled with hatred. He wanted to trade injury for injury. Moreover, he even used the Law of Shadow with all his strength in an attempt to kill Wang Mang on the spot. In the next moment, there was a popping sound. Wang Mang's halberd instantly pierced through the Shadow Devil King's chest. At the same time, the Shadow Demon King's halberd struck Wang Mang's chest. However, what made the Shadow Demon King collapse was that Wang Mang's white robe was torn apart. A black level 6 godly armor appeared before his eyes. His halberd was unable to break through Wang Mang's divine armor. Clang! It was accompanied by the sound of divine weapons colliding. The halberd in his hand could not harm Wang Mang in the slightest. On the other hand, his chest had already been pierced by the halberd. Just one move. This guy was already seriously injured. Yes. The injuries left behind by a level 6 divine weapon were not something that could be healed quickly. Moreover, after careful observation, one would discover that, at this moment, the Law of Shadow's power was spreading wildly from the wound on the Shadow Demon King's chest. In the next moment, before the Shadow Demon King could react, Wang Mang pulled out his halberd. Blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, Wang Mang's halberd was placed horizontally on the Shadow Demon King's neck again. He said indifferently, "Don't force me to kill you on the spot." Hearing this, the Shadow Demon King's face turned pale. He clutched his chest and was about to put up a final struggle. However, Wang Mang's halberd pierced through the Shadow Demon King again. The Shadow Demon King screamed in pain. Wang Mang pulled the halberd out of the Shadow Demon King's chest. If this dragged on any longer, the Shadow Demon King would be sucked dry by the God Devourer halberd. After pulling out the halberd, Wang Mang slammed his palm on the Shadow Demon King's chest and took the halberd away. The Shadow Demon King screamed in pain. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. He turned around and was about to escape. Seeing this, Wang Mang sneered and took out the smelting soul gourd. After opening the gourd, Wang Mang activated the smelting soul gourd with all his might. A terrifying devouring power appeared. "Come in." Wang Mang activated the smelting soul gourd with all his might as he spoke. In the end, the Shadow Demon King, who was about to escape, roared unwillingly, "No." Unfortunately, the Shadow Demon King was easily sucked into the smelting soul gourd by Wang Mang. The Shadow Demon King was too heavily injured. Wang Mang's halberd had pierced his chest twice. If he was in good condition, he could resist the smelting soul gourd. However, he was heavily injured. After subduing the Shadow Demon King, Wang Mang was in a good mood. Then, he quickly flew out of Blackfield City. After Wang Mang left, the crowd was even more shocked. Because Wang Mang's speed was too fast, he only used a few moves to successfully suppress the Shadow Demon King. Of course, they could see that. If the Shadow Demon King didn't choose to exchange injuries with Wang Mang, he wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. However, it was precisely because the Shadow Demon King had chosen to trade blows that his opponent still had a Type 6 godly armor protecting him. This was one of the reasons why the Shadow Demon King was defeated so quickly. Even so, they were still very shocked. They were at the same level. In the end, this mysterious Sector Lord wearing a purple gold mask appeared. He only used a few moves to easily suppress the Shadow Demon King. This was too exaggerated. In a moment, the cultivators who came back to their senses started discussing. Amazing, he easily suppressed the Shadow Demon King in 3 moves. I just want to know, who is he? Yes, too strong. He easily ended the battle. Looks like in the same level, there's a huge difference in strength. Did everyone notice? Right now, not only has the Black Demon King disappeared, the Blood Demon King has also disappeared, and now even the Shadow Demon King has been captured. Damn, it's true. Doesn't this mean that the 3 strongest kings of the Black Field seem to have disappeared? I feel that the Black Field is about to change. Without the 3 kings, would the Black Field still exist? The Black Field will still exist. The Black Field has been around for too long. It can't be destroyed so easily. While everyone was discussing, at this moment, in a towering black cloud mountain range, Wang Mang was shuttling through the mountain range at top speed, looking for a place to close up. Now, he had already caught all 3 of them. Naturally, he had to deal with them quickly. Especially the Shadow Demon King's injuries were too heavy. If he was locked in the God Refining Gourd for too long, he would be completely swallowed and refined by the God Refining Gourd. 10 minutes later, Wang Mang finally found a hidden cave. Then, without saying a word, Wang Mang began to set up a barrier. Half an hour later, after setting up the barrier, Wang Mang walked into the cave. But right at this moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully completed the mission of taking revenge on Li Taijian. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 200 billion energy values. Prompt. 200 billion energy values has been automatically converted into 2,000 law values. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained Sector Lord Treasure Chest X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained Sector Lord Blind Box X1. Chapter 960. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned again. If it wasn't for the system prompt, he had almost forgotten about it. Moreover, the reward was not bad. After all, a mosquito's leg was also meat. Besides, 3,000 law points was not a small amount. As expected, when his luck was good, even the air was sweet. Everything was going according to his wishes. Thinking of this, Wang Mang hummed a little tune. After entering the depths of the cave, Wang Mang released the Shadow Demon King from the God Refining Gourd and directly led him into the God Imprisoning Cage. When the Blood Demon King in the God Imprisoning Cage saw the Shadow Demon King, he was even more stunned. Why were you captured too? Hearing this, the Shadow Demon King's face was full of bitterness. He asked weakly, I wanted to ask you the same thing. Didn't you bring the Black Demon King to the East God Continent to auction? Hearing this, the 2 of them looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Seeing this, Wang Mang began to pick up the storage rings again. Soon, Wang Mang took out the 2 storage rings, as well as the Black Demon King's storage ring. However, the amount of resources stored in their storage rings left Wang Mang flabbergasted. Too many. A low-grade 6th-tier Shadow Halberd. A low-grade 6th-tier Black Demon Spear. A low-grade 6th-tier Blood-Drinking Spear. A low-grade 6th-tier Demon Slayer's Sword. 3 low-grade 6th-tier treasures. God Imprisoning Cage, Heaven Trapping Cage, and God Binding Rope. In addition, there were even more low-grade 6th-tier Law Crystals. There were a total of 5 million low-grade 6th-tier Law Crystals. Even if it was converted into Law points, it would be 50,000 Law points. Other than that, there were no other items. But it was worth mentioning. This was already a lot. It could be said that the harvest this time. It was simply more than Wang Mang had imagined. Damn it. I'm rich. I'm rich. At this moment, Wang Mang finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing this scene, the Black Demon King in the heaven-trapping cage had a gloomy expression and a complicated look in his eyes. The moment he saw Wang Mang, he had guessed that Wang Mang would not fulfill his oath. Not only that, the Black Devil King did not expect that. After breaking through to the Sixth Order, Wang Mang's strength was so powerful. He had actually captured the Shadow Demon King and the Blood Demon King. Furthermore, he had fallen into their hands. It could be said that all three of them had fallen into Wang Mang's hands. Thinking of this, the Black Devil King immediately regretted his decision, and his face was filled with anger. I regret it very much. I shouldn't have reached an agreement with you back then. I shouldn't have helped you capture Li Tai Jian and let you break through to the Sixth Order. You untrustworthy, heartless, untrustworthy bastard. You won't have a good end. Hearing the Black Devil King's curses, Wang Mang, who was laughing, suddenly froze. He turned to look at the Dark Devil King and couldn't help but laugh. Fellow Taoist, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I wasn't the one who caught you. You're the one who fell into their hands. Are you blaming me? As for leaving you in the lurch, why should I save you? I'm your father. Why should I save you? After hearing Wang Mang's mockery, the Black Devil King was so angry that his whole body trembled. On the other hand, the Shadow Demon King and the Blood Demon King couldn't help but look at the Black Devil King angrily. Look at what you've done. If you weren't trying to help him get the Sixth Order quota, you wouldn't have been injured. If you weren't injured, the two of us wouldn't have taken the opportunity to hunt you, and all of us wouldn't have fallen into his hands in the end. Hearing this, the Black Devil King's face turned even uglier, because in fact it was true. The Black Devil King had been injured in order to help Wang Mang get the Sixth Order quota. This also allowed the two of them to seize the opportunity to attack him immediately. In the end, all three of them were in trouble. The three kings of the Black region had all fallen into the hands of Wang Mang in the end. After hearing the discussion of the three of them, Wang Mang was also stunned. Then, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. This was because Wang Mang didn't expect the cause of the matter to turn out like this. It could be said that he had won without doing anything. He had become the biggest beneficiary in the end. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I won't be in such a hurry to kill you. After saying that, Wang Mang put the three of them into the storage ring one after another. After that, Wang Mang was in a good mood and silently said in his heart, "System, convert 5 million inferior Sixth Order crystals into precept points." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully converted 5 million inferior Sixth Order crystals. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 50,000 precept points. Ding. The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Begin evolution? No. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was even more elated. After that, Wang Mang once again said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, All Heavens Expert, Heaven Wasteland Palace Member. Type, 9 Heavens Thunder Python. Limit, 850 meters. Bloodline, Sector Lord 2 Star, Divine Devil Snake Blood. Realm, Sector Lord 1st Level, Unparalleled Prodigy. Body, 850 meters long, 40 meters wide, 3 billion tons in weight. Divine Ability, Ancient Devil Tyrannical Body, Pseudo 6. 9 Heavens Thunder Seal, Pseudo 6. Spirit Devouring Technique, Pseudo 6. Escape Wind, Pseudo 6. 3 Devouring Techniques, 6 levels. Heaven's Chosen Technique, 6 levels. Space, 1 bottle of Forgotten Love Water, 2 King Tokens, Rank 6 Low-Grade Bad Luck Card X1, Designated Lottery Chance X1, God Binding Rope, 6 levels. God Imprisoning Cage, 6 levels. Heaven Imprisoning Cage, 6 levels. Sector Lord Level Blind Box X1. Sector Lord Level Treasure Chest X1. Equipment, Sovereign Mask, 5 levels. God Refining Gourd, 6 levels. God Devouring Halberd, 6 levels. 100 War God Armor, 6 levels. Green Lotus Sword, 6 levels. Slaughtering Demon Blade, 6 levels. Blood Drinking Spear, 6 levels. Dark Shadow Halberd, 6 levels. Demon Slaying Sword, 6 levels. Talent 19050/20,000 Legend Prodigy. Law 60,000/30,000. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. Amazing, very amazing. He had accumulated too many good things now. Just the rank 6 divine weapons alone, he had a total of 8. There were also 4 rank 6 treasures. If he sold them all, his harvest would definitely not be low. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be in high spirits. He didn't think that after breaking through to rank 6, it would be like using cheats, completely defying the heavens. Even Wang Mang could already imagine the scene of him breaking through to the World King level existence. Awesome. Very awesome. At this moment, Wang Mang's mood was very good. Sector Lord Second Heaven. He could break through at any time. As for Sector Lord Third Heaven, that would depend on his accumulation. But according to Wang Mang's guess, it shouldn't be difficult. Sector Lord Level Blind Box and Treasure Chest. He hadn't opened them yet. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but look forward to it. Then, Wang Mang didn't hesitate and said in his heart, "System, open the Sector Lord Level Treasure Chest." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Sector Lord Level Treasure Chest." Chapter 961. The next moment, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Sector Lord Grade Treasure Chest." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 200 Rules of Nature." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 800 Rules of Nature." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 500 Rules of Nature." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 500 Rules of Nature." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1,000 Rules of Nature." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a box of Shiji Lang Jelly." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a box of fresh squeezed chicken buttocks." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 10 pieces of the top 10 professional fun outfits." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a rank 6 divine weapon fusion card." After listening to the system's announcement of the reward, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. What the F***CK? That's it? He just got 3,000 Rules of Nature? Wasn't that a little too little? After all, this was the first time he had opened a Sector Lord treasure chest. Wang Mang really couldn't make up his mind. This Sector Lord treasure chest. How many Rules of Nature did he have to open to be considered good? And how many Rules of Nature did he have to open to be considered a loss? Therefore, although Wang Mang was a little disappointed, he quickly adjusted his state of mind and continued to chant silently. "System, open the Sector Lord Grade Blind Box." The next moment, the system's voice rang out again. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Sector Lord Grade Blind Box." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1,000 Rules of Nature." Only 1,000 Rules of Nature? Wasn't that a little too little? After hearing the system's reward, Wang Mang was somewhat dissatisfied. But Wang Mang still calmed down and continued to wait for the next reward. Another minute later, the system's voice rang out for the second time. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1,000 Rules of Nature." Another 1,000? This Sector Lord Grade Blind Box wasn't good enough. For a moment, Wang Mang couldn't help but complain. Another minute later, the system's voice rang out for the third time. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1,000 Rules of Nature." F***CK. Another 1,000? System, do you dare to give me more? For a moment, Wang Mang was a little these 3 rewards prizes. All in all, This was only 300 billion rules of nature. Just as Wang Mang was feeling depressed, another minute passed. The system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 2,000 rules of nature. After hearing the system's voice, only then did Wang Mang's expression soften a little. This way it wasn't too bad. He had already obtained 5,000 rules of nature. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. Very quickly, another minute passed. The system's voice rang out for the 5th time. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 2,000 rules of nature. After hearing the system's announcement, Wang Mang was once again overjoyed. Not bad. Not bad at all. He now had 2 boxes. The accumulated rules of nature. He had reached 10,000 rules of nature. Overall, it was very good. It was equivalent to 1/3 of the rules of nature he needed to evolve. Just as Wang Mang was in a good mood, the system's voice rang out for the 6th time. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1 box of arsenic crane top red. Are you trying to poison me to death? After hearing the system's announcement, Wang Mang was stunned. But Wang Mang wasn't stunned for long. The system's voice rang out for the 7th time. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 10 nuclear bombs. What the F***ck are these things? What nuclear bomb? As long as he was willing. The power of his sneeze was greater than a nuclear bomb. Under Wang Mang's ridicule, a minute passed quickly. Then, the system's voice rang out for the 8th time. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1 box of brain platinum. Good heavens! F***ck. A box of brain platinum. System, I feel like you're insulting me. After hearing the system's announcement, Wang Mang was even angrier. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. In general, this Sector Lore blind box was much better than a Sector Lore treasure chest. After all, the rules of nature from a Sector Lore treasure chest were much less than a Sector Lore blind box. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood became much better. Then, Wang Mang couldn't wait to say in his heart, System, begin evolving. The next moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Successfully deducted 30,000 rules of nature. Beginning evolution. Then, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness. 1 month later, only then did Wang Mang wake up from his evolution. After slowly opening his eyes, Wang Mang was surprised to find that his strength was once again 10 times stronger than before. Similarly, the side effects of Wang Mang's Heaven's Chosen chant had also passed. Therefore, at this moment, Wang Mang could clearly feel how strong his Devour rules of nature was. The strength of his body had also become stronger. Obviously, this evolution, even his physical body had improved a lot. Of course, this strength definitely couldn't resist a rank 6 divine weapon. However, Wang Mang was very satisfied. He wanted to improve his physical body to be comparable to a divine weapon. How was this possible? Unless he had a rank 6 divine ability. Moreover, it was under the condition of using it. Or else, any Sector Lord level expert couldn't ignore a rank 6 divine weapon. After Wang Mang carefully sensed his powerful body, he couldn't help but sigh. Is this the battle strength of a Sector Lord 5th layer? The current me, with the support of Heaven's Chosen chant, I'm afraid I'm still invincible among the rank 5. After sighing for a while, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, System, open my personal information. Obviously, Wang Mang wanted to take a look. The rules of nature needed for the next breakthrough. The next moment, personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Wang Mang, Empyrean Expert, Heaven Wasteland Palace Member. Type, 9 Heavens Thunder Python. Limit, 850 meters. Bloodline, Sector Lord 2 stars, Divine Devil Snakeblood. Realm, Sector Lord 1st layer, Unparalleled Prodigy. Body shape, 850 meters long, 40 meters wide, 3 billion tons in weight. Divine ability, Ancient Devil Tyrant Body, Pseudo Rank 6. 9 Heavens Thunder Seal, Pseudo Rank 6. Devour God Art, Pseudo Rank 6. Escape Wind Technique, pseudo rank 6. 3 devour arts, 6 levels. Heaven's chosen chant, 6 levels. Space, 1 bottle of forgotten love water, 2 king tokens, rank 6 lower grade bad luck card x1. Designated lottery chance x1. Rank 6 middle grade divine weapon fusion card x1. God binding rope, 6 levels. God imprisoning cage, 6 levels. Heaven imprisoning cage, 6 levels. Equipment, sovereign mask, 5 levels. God refining gourd, 6 levels. God devouring halberd, 6 levels. 100 war god armor, 6 levels. Green lotus sword, 6 levels. Slaughtering demon blade, 6 levels. Blood drinking spear, 6 levels. Dark shadow halberd, 6 levels. Demon slayer sword, 6 levels. Talent, 19050/20,000, legend prodigy. Rules, 40,000/60,000. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. He actually evolved again with only 60,000 rules of nature. This wasn't difficult for Wang Mang at all. In fact, he only needed to sell some rank 6 divine weapons. He reckoned that he would be able to obtain a lot of rules of nature. Right at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Facing those who are about to come to avenge their son, the Heaven Wasteland Palace's nationally clan's elder chose to temporarily avoid them. Mission time. Obtain upon completion. Mission reward. 500 rules of nature. God Emperor level treasure chest x1. Mission 2. Facing those who are about to come to avenge their son, the Heaven Wasteland Palace's nationally clan's elder chose to fight and win. Mission time. Obtained upon completion. Mission reward. 10,000 rules of nature. God Emperor level treasure chest x1. God Emperor level blind box x1. Mission 3. Facing those who are about to come to avenge their son, the Heaven Wasteland Palace's nationally clan's elder chose to kill them. Mission time. Obtained upon completion. Mission reward. 20,000 rules of nature. Sector Lord level blind box x1. Sector Lord level treasure chest x1. Chapter 962. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was immediately stunned. He had just broken through the realm. In the end, an enemy came looking for him, but he didn't remember whose son he had killed. Who was the old man from the Leaf family of the Sky Desolate Palace? He hadn't killed anyone indiscriminately recently. For a moment, Wang Mang was a little confused. But soon, Wang Mang realized that something was wrong. The old man from the Li family? Could it be Li Taijian? Could it be that the old man from the Sky Desolate Palace was a national-level organization? Was it Li Taijian's father? He suddenly thought of this possibility. Moreover, the more Wang Mang thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. During this period of time, the only person with the surname Li that he had killed was Li Taijian. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly frowned. Then what level of strength did Li Taijian's father reach? This was what Wang Mang was very concerned about and wanted to know. If the other party was too strong, of course, he wouldn't choose to fight head-on. Therefore, Wang Mang couldn't make a choice for the mission for the time being. The difference in rewards between the 3 missions was too great. The first mission was obviously not a free meal, but the second mission was to defeat the other party, and the third mission was to kill the other party. Before figuring out the other party's strength, Wang Mang didn't dare to act rashly. What if the other party had the strength of a world king, or had reached the late Sector Lord realm? Therefore, after hesitating for a long time, Wang Mang still didn't make a decision. He decided to quietly return to Black Domain City to take a look. How strong was the so-called Leaf family of the Sky Desolate Palace? If their strength was weak, of course he would kill them. If their strength was too strong, he couldn't afford to provoke them. Thinking of this, Wang Mang slowly stood up. Then, with a shake of his body, he turned into an ordinary young man. At the same time, Wang Mang also restrained his aura to the extreme. Then, Wang Mang walked out of the cave and began to bombard the enchantment. After a few incense sticks of time, Wang Mang blasted open the barrier. After that, Wang Mang began to fly towards Blackfield City in a low-key manner. An hour later, Wang Mang finally arrived outside Blackfield City. Then, without attracting anyone's attention, he quietly sneaked into the city. However, just as he entered the Black Domain, Wang Mang sensed the auras of several Stage 6 powerhouses. Among these Type 6 powerhouses, one of them belonged to Chu Long, which Wang Mang was extremely familiar with. The other one wasn't very strong either. It was probably weaker than the three kings of the Black region. However, the last aura was extremely tyrannical, giving Wang Mang a strong sense of threat. This also made Wang Mang feel a burst of fear and trepidation. What a guy! Could it be that Li Taijian was his father? He reached the late stage of Sector Lord Realm? After thinking up to this point, Wang Mang's heart sank. He walked unhurriedly towards the center of the city, towards the city Lord's mansion. If nothing unexpected happened, since this old man wanted to kill him, he must have figured out the general situation. He must have gone to the city Lord's mansion first. As expected, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Wang Mang had already arrived outside the city Lord's mansion. However, there were many spectators outside the mansion. Not only that, Wang Mang also saw, outside the city Lord's mansion, there were large and small members of the entire city Lord's mansion kneeling. However, it was unknown if Pan Ziga's underlings had received the news in advance. Wang Mang didn't see their figures among the city Lord's mansion members. On the contrary, Wang Mang was currently staring at the three people leading the group. The one leading the group was a haggard old man. He wore a green robe, but looked unremarkable. However, the old man's chest had a unique emblem that belonged to the Heaven Wasteland Hall. It showed that he was not ordinary. Wang Mang was just a Black City level Heaven Wasteland Hall emblem. However, this old man's emblem was gold, extremely eye-catching. In addition, his aura gave Wang Mang a terrifying feeling. Thus, Wang Mang quietly used the Source Law Peeping technique. If this old man's strength had reached the World King level, Wang Mang's Source Law Peeping technique would naturally fail. However, if it didn't fail, he would be able to peek. However, at the next moment, something that shocked Wang Mang happened. The old man's information appeared in front of him. Target: Li Day. Identity: Heaven Wasteland Hall Elder. Realm: Sector Lord 8th Layer. What a guy. Li Day. Your grandpa? Good name. He was really in the late-stage Sector Lord realm. For a moment, Wang Mang was speechless. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he didn't act rashly. As expected, the system's missions with high rewards wouldn't be so easy to complete. Thinking of this, Wang Mang prepared to choose Mission 1. After all, he couldn't complete the mission, regardless of Mission 2 defeat. It was still Mission 3 kill. However, at this moment, Wang Mang suddenly saw it. Following behind the old man, Chu Long, who had his arms crossed and a relaxed expression, looked at the crowd that Wang Mang was in with some doubt. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was instantly startled. Could it be that this Chu Long fellow noticed something? At this moment, Wang Mang saw Chu Long, who suddenly looked at him and winked at him. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang felt a chill run down his spine. This fellow had really discovered him. Just as Wang Mang was panicking, Chu Long's voice suddenly sounded. Kid, it's really you. I guess that Li Taijian might have died in your hands. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately braced himself and replied via voice transmission. Fellow Taoist, don't make wild guesses. How could I possibly kill him? Soon, Chu Long's voice sounded with a smile. Kid, there's no point in quibbling. If Li Taijian dies, you'll break through to the 6th level. Do you think everyone is a fool? Old Li came here with his men as soon as he heard the news. Don't expose yourself now. Otherwise, Old Man Li will definitely skin you alive. Also, don't think that you'll be fine after killing Li Taijian and escaping from Old Li. The Heavenly Wasteland Palace won't let you off easily. Kid, good luck. Of course, if you're willing to join our Chu family. If you marry my sister, I promise you'll be fine. After hearing this, Wang Mang immediately furrowed his brows. It seemed that killing Li Taijian was troublesome. It was more troublesome than he had imagined. However, Wang Mang didn't care at all. If it really didn't work, he could run away. As for what Chu Long said about joining the Chu family and marrying his sister, what a joke. Did he want to tie him down with a woman? Did he want to rope him in with a blessing? Did he want him to be a live-in son-in-law? Was Wang Mang the kind of person who lived off a woman? Who was this guy looking down on? Did Wang Mang need to rely on a woman? He got to where he was today, and had today's achievements. Which time didn't he rely on his hard work? Besides, who knew what Chu Long's sister looked like? Although it was impossible for an ugly person to appear in a sixth-order family. But what if her strength and aptitude were too weak? He, Wang Mang, wasn't worthy of just any woman. There were too many women who coveted his body and his strength. But he wouldn't easily hand over his body. If there was a day when he needed to use his body to exchange for the blessing of a force, it definitely wouldn't be now, and it might not even be at sixth order. If he handed over his body at sixth order, what if he couldn't advance to seventh order? In the seventh order world, only invincible sovereigns were needed. Even little sovereigns would be rejected. Perhaps even great sovereigns would be the same. Therefore, for the future path of seventh order, Wang Mang himself was actually not very confident. Perhaps seventh order was enough to make people despair. But eighth order was the place that made people despair. There was no way forward in the eighth order world. After all, the gate to the eighth order world, it was no longer open to any powerhouse, unless one was an eighth order powerhouse. Otherwise, it was impossible for a seventh order powerhouse to enter the eighth order world. There was only a slight possibility for a sixth order powerhouse to enter the seventh order world. That was to become a sixth order invincible sovereign. Other than that, there was no other path feasible. Therefore, Wang Mang wouldn't hand himself over so quickly. Even if he had to sell his body, he had to sell it for a good price. If possible, he wanted to keep his body useful in exchange for entering the seventh order world or the gate to the eighth order world. It would be best if he could soak in an eighth order world the pearl of some big family or something. In addition, for his future woman, it was fine if the road arranged for him to be a little melodramatic. For example, the daughter of a certain eighth order powerhouse was crazy about him, and she wouldn't marry anyone other than him. Then, the eighth order powerhouse's father-in-law had no choice but to help his daughter. He used all his resources to help him become eighth order supreme existence. Thinking of this, the smile on Wang Mang's face became even wider. Obviously, even for him, Wang Mang, he also had a dream in his heart. He also hoped to marry into a rich family. Chapter 963. Of course, if the situation was special, as long as it was a top rank 8 family, even if he had to marry into their family. But the problem was that Chu Long's family was only a rank 6 family. It was estimated that it was only a lower rank 6 family or a middle rank 6 family. Therefore, Wang Mang would never agree. Because the Chu family was not qualified, he looked down on them. It was precisely because of this that Wang Mang decisively refused through sound transmission. Fellow Taoist Chu Long, there is no need to say more. I, Wang Mang, was born as a demon. I have experienced countless ups and downs along the way and have never relied on a woman to get through difficult times. I will not agree to such a thing. I will not rely on a woman. No matter what difficulties there are, Wang Mang believes that I can still grit my teeth and get through them. After hearing Wang Mang's refusal, Chu Long was stunned, but he immediately knew the reason why Wang Mang refused. Obviously, Wang Mang felt that this was a humiliation to him, but in fact, he really didn't mean to humiliate Wang Mang. Wang Mang alone could become a junior supreme at rank 5. After the breakthrough, his aura and strength had reached such a level. This was also one of the reasons why Chu Long wanted a rope in Wang Mang. Obviously, he also took a fancy to Wang Mang's tyrannical aptitude. After all, Wang Mang was a junior supreme, and now he had broken through to rank 6. His future achievements were at rank 6. It would definitely be much higher than Chu Long's. It was even very likely that he would participate in the path of the myriad worlds again in the future. Therefore, Wang Mang's achievements were destined to be much higher than theirs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to rope in Wang Mang. However, since Wang Mang refused, Chulong thought for a while and felt relieved. Some things couldn't be forced, but he could let his sister do it. See if she could get along with Wang Mang. What if the two of them, like a tortoise looking at a mung bean, fell in love with each other? Thinking of this, Chulong began to think about how to settle this matter for Wang Mang. It was necessary for him to inform his ancestor. He believed that once his ancestor knew about this matter, he would definitely be furious. They must be thinking the same thing as him. As for offending the Li family, so be it. The enmity between the two families was not something that could be easily erased. If it weren't for the old ancestor, he wouldn't have had the chance to attack the World King realm. Once he broke through to the World King realm, he would definitely kill Old Man Li. It wasn't so easy to become a World King. There were only 10 spots in the entire ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. In order to attack the World King realm, a World King had to die, or they could hunt and devour a World King with an identity token. Otherwise, if they wanted to attack the World King realm, it would be impossible for them to do so. However, it was extremely difficult to kill a World King from the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. It was even more difficult to devour and kill a World King from the outside world. The disparity between a World King and a World Lord could no longer be described as a chasm between the heavens and earth. It was impossible for ordinary World Lords to cross the disparity between World Kings and World Lords. Therefore, when a World Lord broke through to the World King realm, he would also face the awkwardness of Wang Mang breaking through to the World Lord realm. At this time, whispers came from beside Wang Mang. What do you guys think is going on? Who knows? This old man is too powerful. His aura can crush the Black Region's 3 kings. That's right. Recently, there have been more and more strange things happening in the Black Region. That's right. Not only have the Black Region's 3 kings disappeared, but it's said that even the new city lord has disappeared. Not only that, I heard that even the Black Region's 2 vice city lords have disappeared. While everyone was discussing, Li Day's face was gloomy and angry. I'm asking you guys, where are your city lord and vice city lord? Where are they? Could it be that they're all dead? I'm asking you guys a question. As he spoke, Li Day's entire body was filled with terrifying killing intent. The members of Heaven Wasteland Hall, kneeling on the ground, were naturally trembling. Of course, they knew where the Vice City Lord of Heaven Wasteland Hall had gone. The 2 Vice City Lords were already dead. Moreover, there wasn't even a trace of them left. In fact, they had seen it before. Their City Lord had killed the 2 Vice City Lords. Moreover, their City Lord had already broken through to the Sector Lord level. Because of this, even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to say it. Once they said it, the City Lord would return alive. They definitely wouldn't be able to escape death. After all, they even dared to kill the Vice City Lord and the new City Lord. They even dared to kill the descendant of this old man in front of them. Of course, they wouldn't dare to provoke Wang Mang, because once they betrayed Wang Mang, their ending would definitely be miserable. Therefore, they simply lowered their heads, trembling without saying a word. Seeing this, Old Man Li said coldly, I'm asking you guys for the last time. If you don't say it, I'll let all of you never speak again. After hearing Li Day's threat, the group of City Lord and Vice City Lords kneeling on the ground trembled and fell into a dilemma. Finally, a Heaven Wasteland Palace member gritted his teeth and said softly, Sir, actually the 2 Vice City Lords have already been fired by the City Lord. The 2 Vice City Lords wanted to take action, but they were killed by the City Lord. But where exactly did the City Lord go? We don't even know. After this person spoke, the rest of the City Lord's mansion members echoed, Yes. Sir, the City Lord is elusive. How could he let Wang Mang know his whereabouts? Sir, I guess it's very likely that the City Lord went to the Heaven Wasteland Palace to report after killing the 2 Vice City Lords. Obviously, they understood what this guy meant and immediately started to make up the most likely result. Moreover, they they wouldn't offend the city lord too much. After all, they had already exonerated Wang Mang. No, this was no longer exonerating, but they were all afraid of Wang Mang's revenge, so they were all lying through their teeth. Therefore, this was the most they could do. At this moment, Wang Mang, who was hiding in the crowd, also secretly nodded in satisfaction. These guys were quite smart. No one was a fool to be able to reach their current cultivation level. At the same time, Wang Mang also saw the situation clearly. He couldn't afford to offend Old Manly now. Therefore, Wang Mang quietly said in his heart, "System, I choose the first mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded, "Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission completed successfully. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 500 precept points." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang wasn't very happy. The reward for this freeloading mission was too little. There was nothing to be happy about. Right then, after listening to the city lord's mansion members, Li Day's face suddenly turned sinister and gloomy. "Now, I announce that the Heaven Wasteland Palace's Black Domain City Lord has indiscriminately killed aides of the same level. He has no respect for the Heaven Wasteland Palace and trampled on its rules. From today onwards, the Black Domain City Lord, Wang Mang, is officially stripped of his position as City Lord. He is also the highest-ranking arrest target of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. In addition, release the arrest notice to the entire ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. We will officially begin to arrest this heinous Wang Mang." Chapter 964. After listening to Li Day's words, Wang Mang sneered inwardly. This guy was still here, and he really wanted to kill him. He actually wanted to arrest him in the entire ancestral domain of Heaven Wasteland. In that case, he really had no place to stay. Just as Wang Mang's heart was heavy, Chu Long's voice sounded again. "Do you want to consider it? Join my Chu family and marry my sister." At that time, this guy naturally won't dare to touch you. It will only be good for you. Hearing this, Wang Mang was speechless again, but still refused without hesitation. "Thank you for your kind intentions, fellow Taoist Chu Long. If you can defeat me with this little difficulty, I won't have the achievements I have today. Even if it's a problem, it's only temporary. When I have enough strength, I will naturally kill this old thing." Hearing Wang Mang's response, Chu Long was speechless again, but he still helplessly said, "Up to you. Don't worry too much. The arrest warrant of the 4 continents cannot be effectively implemented. Moreover, he is only an elder, unless he is the master of the Heaven Wasteland branch. Otherwise, such an order to arrest the ancestral domain of Heaven Wasteland cannot be carried out. The East God Continent, the Southern Man Continent, and the Western Demon Continent will not buy it. So, as long as you run to the other continents, no one will arrest you. The other 4 continents cannot be crossed. The Northern Wasteland Continent has no control over the other 3 continents. In addition, after this time, I will not send a new city lord over. If you want to continue to stay in the Black Domain, you can recommend someone from the city lord's residence to come over. I will do as you request. This Black Domain will be given to you to manage." After listening to Chu Long's words, Wang Mang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Through Chu Long's words, Wang Mang more or less understood the situation. First of all, although the arrest warrant sounded scary, it could not be implemented in the ancestral domain of Heaven Wasteland. Or rather, the Heaven Wasteland branch of the other continents would not buy it. In addition, Chu Long's words gave him a clear answer. His status as a member of the Heaven Wasteland Palace had been completely nullified. However, if he was willing to stay in the Black Field, he could still be the local tyrant. Even the candidates for the position of City Lord and Deputy City Lord would be approved by Chu Long once he reported it. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh. This kind of person was not bad. She gave him the same feeling as the female supreme back then. Wang Mang had a very good impression of him. If that day really came, Wang Mang would not do something like getting rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. After all, she didn't ask for anything from him. On the contrary, it helped him a lot. Therefore, Wang Mang had a good impression of Chu Long. After a short delay, about 2 hours later, only then did Li Day leave with his men with a gloomy expression. Seeing this, Wang Mang heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still did not act rashly. At night, Wang Mang then quietly returned to the city lord's mansion. When they saw Wang Mang, the entire city lord's mansion was stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect Wang Mang to actually come back. Moreover, Wang Mang appeared right after the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace left. What did this mean? It meant that Wang Mang was in the city at that time. Thinking of this, many members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't talk nonsense, otherwise they would probably be dead. At this time, Wang Mang said indifferently with his hands behind his back, "Gather all the official members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. I have something to arrange for you." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace looked at each other. In the end, these members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace respectfully cupped their hands and said, "As you command, City Lord." Obviously, even if Wang Mang was deprived of the City Lord position, they knew that Wang Mang was still the City Lord. Even if he wasn't, he was still the City Lord. This was because the 3 kings of the Black Domain had disappeared. Wang Mang was fully deserving of the title of king in the Black Domain. After a few hours, everyone in the City Lord's mansion had arrived, including Wang Mang's 2 subordinates, Pansy and Gotzi. After seeing Wang Mang, the 2 of them were very happy. They guessed that Wang Mang definitely hadn't left. Moreover, Wang Mang had reached rank 6. This was a sign that they were going to have a meteoric rise. "Greetings, City Lord. Greetings, City Lord." The 2 of them were happy and full of excitement. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately smiled and nodded. Then, after looking at the members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, he found that almost everyone was here. Wang Mang said, "From now on, I am the ruler of the Black Domain. Everyone has to follow my rules and orders. Although I am no longer the City Lord, but whoever I want to be the City Lord, it's all up to me. As long as I say the word, the Heaven Wasteland Palace's Sector Lord expert in charge of this area will completely go through the process. In addition, the 3 kings of the Black Domain no longer exist. From now on, I am the king of the Black Domain." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the entire crowd was in an uproar. The people of the City Lord's mansion all looked at Wang Mang in shock. Even though they had guessed that Wang Mang's ability was extremely great to the point of defying the heavens. After all, the experts of the Heaven Wasteland Palace had just left. The City Lord who had lost his position as City Lord had appeared. This proved that Wang Mang had already received the news in advance. What shocked them even more was that not only had Wang Mang broken through to rank 6. At this time, Wang Mang wasn't there. Moreover, from the tone of Wang Mang, the City Lord, they knew. Obviously, the Sector Lord expert in charge of this area had a close relationship with him. A single sentence could determine the position and authority of the Black Domain's 3 acres of farmland. All of a sudden, the members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace in the City Lord's mansion, they looked at Wang Mang with fiery gazes and shouted fanatically, "Greetings, King of the Black Domain! Greetings, King of the Black Domain! Greetings, King of the Black Domain!" Seeing this scene, Wang Mang placed his hands behind his back and immediately nodded in satisfaction, because from today onwards, he was the king of the Black Domain. Moreover, everything in the Black Domain would be decided by him. To put it bluntly, from today onwards, he would be able to cover the sky with one hand in the Black Domain, whether it was the rules or not. Or perhaps it was for the sake of benefits. They all belonged to him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but become high-spirited. Right at this moment, the system's voice rang out frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully completed the mission of ruling the Black Domain." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 200 billion energy values." Ding. Already the host. Automatically transmitting 2,000 law points. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained God Emperor level treasure chest X1." Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained God Emperor level blind box X1. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed, because he was indeed the true king of the Black Domain. No one could contend against him, and no one could disobey him. If this wasn't the king, then what was? In the Black Domain, he could already cover the sky with one hand. Therefore, it was very normal for the system to complete the mission. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood became even better. Not bad. Not bad at all. He had completed another mission. When he completed the mission of taking in disciples, he would obtain 3 free chances to evolve. At that time, wouldn't he be able to easily suppress Li Day, that dog? Chapter 965. This was a Wang Mang bragging. Although Wang Mang was only at the 2nd level of the Sector Lord realm, but with the support of an unparalleled prodigy, his battle strength was comparable to a 5th level of the Sector Lord realm. In addition, the Heaven's Chosen technique increased his battle strength by several times. His strength was enough to crush a 5th level of the Sector Lord realm. Therefore, he could now wreak havoc in the Dark Domain without any fear. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's lips curled up slightly, and he said with his hands behind his back, "All of you get up. From today onwards, you have to increase the income for me. I have to collect 1 million law crystals every month. Within a year, you have to collect 10 million law crystals for me. Pansy Gaz, from today onwards, the City Lord Mansion will be managed by the 2 of you. If you complete my request in the 1st year, I will naturally make you the City Lord and Vice City Lord of the Black Domain." Pansy Gaz, who was originally having a headache, was stunned for a moment before their faces were filled with joy. Although they had a headache on how to collect so many law crystals for Wang Mang. But in front of the City Lord and Vice City Lord position, they couldn't help it. No matter how difficult it was, in front of absolute benefits, they were full of motivation. After all, as long as they completed Wang Mang's request, they could be promoted directly. Members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, City Lord of a region, and the City Lord of a large city in the Black Domain. It could be said that such treatment and opportunities were very rare in the entire Heaven Wasteland Palace. Therefore, the 2 of them immediately patted their chests and promised, "Lord, don't worry, we swear to complete the mission." Hearing this, the rest of the Heaven Wasteland Palace members had a difficult look on their faces, as if they wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, a few of the Heaven Wasteland Palace members couldn't help but have a difficult look on their faces. "City Lord, the Black Domain is indeed profitable, but it's calculated according to the year. Moreover, in a year, we can only get a few 100,000 low-grade 6th level law crystals at most. So, City Lord, it's impossible to obtain tens of millions of low-grade 6th level law crystals in a year." Yes, City Lord, it's not that we didn't try our best. During the era of the Black Region's 3 kings, the 2 Vice City Lords only obtained 2 to 300,000 law crystals a year. Over the course of a year, the total number of law crystals I've obtained is at most 1 million. It's simply too difficult to obtain 10 million in a year. Looking at everyone's grim expressions, Wang Mang said expressionlessly, "It's no longer the era of the Black Region's 3 kings. The Black Region is now my era. I don't care what method you use, but I must obtain at least 10 million law crystals every year. I don't care if you steal it or kill it. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground of the Dark Region, you must do it for me." After hearing Wang Mang's words, everyone in the Heaven Wasteland Hall heaved a sigh of relief. They could tell that the current City Lord only wanted law crystals. No matter what they did to the Dark Domain, the King of the Dark Domain did not care. If that was the case, they really had a chance to do it. After all, they were willing to do anything. Thinking up to here, the group of Heaven Wasteland Hall members also stopped objecting one after another. Many Heaven Wasteland Hall members even looked eager to give it a try. Now, with Wang Mang's support, they could do whatever they wanted in the Dark Domain. As long as they completed the mission, they would have a lot of freedom. Similarly, They could also take the opportunity to fish for some extra income and benefits, etc. All right, all of you are dismissed. As soon as he said that, Wang Mang's figure immediately moved, whistling out of the city. Clearly, he had already handed over the mission now. Wang Mang was ready to start preparing to find disciples. 3 disciples. This was not easy to find. After finding disciples, he still had to help the 3 disciples become rank 6 powerhouses. This was too freaking F*** up, even though he already had 3 spots. But thinking about it, Wang Mang was unbelievably depressed. He hoped that these 3 future disciples of his could live up to expectations a little. It would be best if each disciple knew how to repay kindness and was very filial. Such disciples definitely could not be found in the Dark Domain. Therefore, Wang Mang chose to leave the Dark Domain city. At this moment, Wang Mang, who was constantly shuttling through the mountain range, after a few incense sticks of time, he finally came to a city close to the Dark Domain. The name of the city was Steel City. After entering the city, Wang Mang was surprised to discover the order of the city here was too good. Compared to the Dark Domain, it was a world of difference. But just as Wang Mang was searching aimlessly, Wang Mang was suddenly stunned. It was useless for him to search like this. It was undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack. And not only was it inefficient, it was wasting time again. It was a waste of energy. The key was that he did not have any benefits. Thinking of this, Wang Mang made up his mind. He was going to take in the news of his disciples, spread throughout the entire ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. Wantonly taken disciples in the entire ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. Then he would take the opportunity to collect a master gift. Yes, before everyone wanted to be apprenticed, he had to prepare hundreds of thousands of law crystals. One cost hundreds of thousands of law crystals. What about 10? What about 100? What about 1,000? What about 10,000? How much was this? After all, as long as someone brought a master gift, Wang Mang would not refuse anyone. In this way, he would recruit all the people who wanted to be apprenticed to him in one go. Just the master fee alone was enough to make him soar. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but be overjoyed. F***, I'm really a genius. I even thought of such a method. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was suddenly in a wonderful mood. He decided to do this. Of course, the most important thing was to find some people to help him spread the news of accepting disciples throughout the entire ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. In this way, anyone who wanted to become a 6th-stage disciple would definitely excitedly bring a master gift, especially those 5th-stage top experts who had accumulated a good foundation but did not have a 6th-stage quota. They would definitely bring all their savings over to participate in Wang Mang's disciple recruitment. Obviously, the reason why Wang Mang wanted to recruit disciples on a large scale in the entire ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland was because of this. In fact, Wang Mang also wanted to harvest a wave of leaks and obtain a large amount of law crystals. After all, this kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to harvest leaks was not something that could be found at any time. Thinking of this, Wang Mang directly came to the center of Steel City. Then, Wang Mang directly revealed the aura of a 6th-stage expert. For a moment, the passers-by of Steel City were in a commotion. They all looked sideways at Wang Mang, their eyes full of reverence. A 6th-stage expert. Their Steel City did not have a 6th-stage expert. Okay? On the contrary, the closest Black Domain city had the Black Domain 3 Kings. Although Steel City and the Black Domain were on par in terms of scale, but Steel City did not have a 6th-stage expert overseeing it. Therefore, it naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. At the same time, they were also curious as to why this mysterious 6th-stage expert would come here. Just as everyone was puzzled, Wang Mang said a piece of news that made everyone in the city go crazy. Chapter 966. This seat is fated to come to Steel City today. Therefore, this seat is preparing to hold a disciple acceptance ceremony. If anyone can become this seat's disciple, This seat will guarantee that he will ascend to the position of Realm Lord. Anyone can come to this seat to be apprenticed, but the prerequisite is that they need to prepare a fee of 100,000 law crystals to participate. Moreover, those who are confident in becoming this seat's disciple had better prepare some law crystals, because this seat will still charge later. But as long as they can successfully become this seat's disciple, this seat can help them settle the rank 6 spot. After Wang Mang finished speaking, the cultivators passing by were all stunned. They widened their eyes and looked at Wang Mang in disbelief, their faces full of shock. If Wang Mang only needed to take in disciples, perhaps it would not cause such a huge uproar. But Wang Mang said, as long as they became his disciple, they would be guaranteed a rank 6 spot. This was equivalent to telling all the people who wanted to become his disciple that if they wanted to become a rank 6 powerhouse, they could come and take him as their master. For a moment, the crowd in the nearby city began to discuss animatedly. F***CK. Awesome. That's awesome. No wonder he dares to charge 100,000 to participate as a disciple acceptance ceremony fee. This freaking means that as long as you become his disciple, you will have a rank 6 spot. Heavens! You only need 100,000 law crystals to participate in Senior's disciple acceptance ceremony? 100,000 law crystals is indeed an astronomical figure, but if I take out my foundation, I can still gather it. I don't care, I want to participate. I must become Senior's disciple. Big brother, you're already so old, a rotten old man, and you have the nerve to go and take him as your master? Leave the opportunity to us young people. F***CK. What's wrong with being a rotten old man? Can't I become a rank 6 powerhouse if I want to? I want to participate too, although the price is very heavy. If I can become a rank 6 powerhouse, I'm willing to gamble. Let's do it. I've already accumulated enough foundation long ago. I even got the Great Tao Quicksand. I'm just short of spot. Am I not the same? I've been stuck at rank 5 for more than 300 million years, but unfortunately, I still can't become a rank 6 powerhouse. Just 100,000 law crystals, I can't afford it. All of a sudden, the restless cultivators began to discuss excitedly. All of them looked at Wang Mang with fanatical gazes. It could be seen that Wang Mang wanted to recruit a disciple, and it was a disciple who guaranteed the 6th rank. To these peak tier 5 existences, this was simply a fatal attraction. All of them were attracted. Even though Wang Mang had set the threshold for participating in the apprenticeship assembly, Wang Mang had obviously underestimated the accumulation of these people. 100,000 laws of nature crystals was merely 1,000 laws of nature points. They had accumulated accumulations for so long. There were really plenty of people who could take out 100,000 law crystals. Therefore, they were so tempted that they wished they could participate right now. At this moment, a young man cautiously looked at Wang Mang and couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what if we don't have so many law crystals? Is there any other way to participate?" Hearing that, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, "I was waiting for you to say that." Wang Mang somewhat regretted that the fee was too low and should have been more expensive. However, Wang Mang was afraid that if the threshold was too high, they wouldn't be able to turn much when the time came. If he lowered the threshold a little, they could rely on numbers to win. In that case, he would charge 100,000 laws of nature crystals per person. Compared to charging 1,000,000 laws of nature crystals, he would earn even more. 1,000,000 laws of nature crystals was no longer a small number. 1,000,000 laws of nature crystals, even if converted into laws of nature points, would be tens of thousands of laws of nature points. If the threshold he set was 1,000,000 laws of nature crystals, who knew how many rank 5 existences with ideas he would cut off when the time came? Although Wang Mang was more black-hearted, he still hoped to be able to choose a good disciple while harvesting leeks. Therefore, after facing the young man's question, Wang Mang immediately put his hands behind his back and chuckled. "I've also considered this problem. Therefore, I've decided to recruit 50 people without laws of nature crystals to help me spread the news in the entire ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. As long as you spread the news throughout the entire ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, the more people participate, the more resources I will give you instead of the fee for the Disciple Recruitment Assembly. After hearing Wang Mang's words, many people's eyes lit up and they stepped forward one after another. Me, senior. My family was poor since I was young. 100,000 low-grade, 6th-grade laws of nature crystals is an astronomical figure to me. Senior, there's me too. I'm also willing to spread the news for senior to offset the fee of 100,000 laws of nature crystals for the Disciple Recruitment Assembly. Senior, you don't know. My mother left early when I was young, and my father painstakingly raised me. Our family's conditions weren't very good. Senior, my grandfather died when I was 3, my grandmother left when I was 6, my ancestor also left when I was 7, my parents died when I was 8, and I grew up eating rice from hundreds of families when I was 9. Senior, when other people are born, Purple Chi comes from the east for 30,000 miles, but when I was born, my entire family died. I even grew up drinking dog milk. F***CK, upstairs, your entire family died when you were born? Didn't you say last time that you would introduce your beautiful sister to me? No, you must have remembered wrongly. My entire family really died. When I was born, if it weren't for that old bitch in the village, I would have starved to death. That's ridiculous. After that old bitch fed you, did your only relative, that old bitch, also die? Yes. F***CK? How do you know? That's what happened. You call that miserable? When I was young, I had to fight for milk with a group of piglets to survive in the pigsty. Seeing these guys crying and acting pitiful, Wang Mang was speechless. Many of them had just been shouting that 100,000 laws of nature crystals was not worth mentioning to them. In the end, when they heard that they could get a free meal, their expressions immediately changed. It instantly turned into a scene of acting pitiful. At least a few people in each family died. There were not many living people in each family. Each family was as poor as a church mouse. It could be said that those who heard it cried, and those who heard it were sad. Each of them did not grow up drinking dog milk. They grew up fighting for milk with piglets. This was the ability to lie through their teeth. It simply stunned Wang Mang. Good fellow. No wonder they could become peak, 5th-stage existences. It turned out that each of them had no one to rely on since they were young. On average, both of their parents died, and they were self-reliant from young. However, Wang Mang did not expose these people's pitiful acts at all. Wang Mang did not expose them at all. Wang Mang had a pained expression on his face. You are all good children. This seat also feels heartache for you. How about this? The 50 people who will publicize the disciple recruitment ceremony for me will be selected from among you. Chapter 967. In addition, my disciple recruitment ceremony will officially begin 3 months from today. Go on. I hope that your performance will not disappoint me. The better the performance, the more I'll pay attention to him when the disciple recruitment ceremony begins. After hearing Wang Mang's words, 50 top stage 5 cultivators immediately fought for the spots. After confirming the 50 spots, Wang Mang waved his hand and said, "Go. I'll wait for your good news." Also, in order to let you all prove my great strength and the truth of my words, I can tell you. The 3 kings of the Black region have all been captured by me. If nothing unexpected happens, you won't be able to see them in the future. This time, I'm recruiting 3 disciples. You can spread the news. After saying that, Wang Mang left with his hands behind his back under the shocked gazes of the cultivators. After Wang Mang left, the crowd of cultivators finally couldn't hold back and began to discuss enthusiastically. Awesome. The 3 kings of the Black region have all been captured by this senior. No wonder he wants to take in disciples. Senior wants to take in 3 disciples. Lu Guanxi, will definitely have a place among these 3 disciples. I think Long Zhanquang, am the most suitable person to become Senior's disciple. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you guys. Although I don't have 100,000 law crystals in 3 months, I can still gather it. Let's go together. I want to participate in Senior's disciple recruitment ceremony no matter what. Although it's difficult to gather 100,000 law crystals in 3 months, it's still worth a try. Is there a group? Let's go rob them together. Try to get 100,000 law crystals as soon as possible. F*CK. You guys don't even have 100,000 law crystals, and you still want to participate in Senior's disciple recruitment ceremony? For a moment, there were people talking about all kinds of things, and the discussion was very lively. However, it was undeniable that the news of Wang Mang accepting disciples quickly spread in Steel City. Moreover, the news spread rapidly as if it had grown wings. At the same time, with the help of 50 cultivators, the news of the disciple recruitment ceremony spread rapidly. It was spreading rapidly to the northern wilderness continent. A few days later, the news spread throughout the East God continent, South Barbarian continent, West Demon continent, and North Desolate continent. When the rank 5 God Emperors in the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland who were stuck at the 6th level and below heard the news, they were all shocked. All of them were stirred up, and all of them started to get restless. After all, they had all been stuck below Tier 6 for too long. In fact, many of the top Tier 5 cultivators were not unqualified to attempt the Tier 6. On the contrary, they had the qualifications to break through to the 6th stage, but none of them were able to do so. There were no slots for level 6 sector lords. Even if they had a 100% chance of breaking through, they were destined to fail. It was precisely because of this that they couldn't hold themselves back after hearing the news. Although the quota was limited, there were still 3 spots. Naturally, they didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. Similarly, they didn't think that they were inferior to others, although it would be difficult for them to stand out from the crowd of competitors of the same level. But in comparison, this level of difficulty was much easier than killing a Stage 6 powerhouse himself. A Type 5 Divine Warrior could not kill a Type 6 Divine Warrior. In front of a Sector Lord, a Type 5 God Emperor powerhouse was no different from an ant. A Sector Lord powerhouse wanting to squash a God Emperor powerhouse to death was no different from squashing an ant. After all, even when Wang Mang was at the 5th stage, he could not personally kill a Sector Lord. What qualifications did they have to kill a Sector Lord? They were merely ordinary Tier 5 existences. It could be said that such an opportunity was too attractive to them. Not to mention 100,000 law crystals. Even if it was 1 million law crystals, only they had it, they would definitely participate. Even if they did not have it, many top Tier 5 existences would not hesitate to burn, kill, and plunder. Therefore, many top Tier 5 cultivators started to take action. It was not just the rogue cultivators, but also the members of the family forces or the disciples of the sections. It could be said that they were all attracted by Wang Mang's disciple acceptance ceremony. Moreover, those who helped Wang Mang spread the news were also very enthusiastic. It only took 7 days for the news to spread. It spread throughout the entire ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. Eastern God Continent, Southern Barbarian Continent, Western Devil Continent, Northern Desolate Continent. Almost none of the organizations or rogue cultivators did not know of this news. Therefore, a strange phenomenon appeared. Many rogue cultivators were grand perfection God Emperors and disciples of the organizations. Disciples of the Su-Du clan, as long as they reached the grand perfection God Emperor realm. They came from all directions, from all over the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, towards the Steel City in the northern desolate continent. There were even many members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. There were even grand perfection God Emperors who were established in the city. After all, even though they were established in a high rank, they were still stuck below the 6th stage. There are only 100 spots in the entire ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland. There were more than a few 100,000 members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Within the Heaven Wasteland Palace, there were not many 6th-stage existences. Excluding the 6th-stage existences in the ancestral realm of Heaven Wasteland, there were not many 6th-stage existences in the Heaven Wasteland Palace. In a lower Grade 6 world, the number of peak Tier 5 cultivators were as many as the hairs on a cow. This was a normal phenomenon. Perhaps only in a seventh world would the number of six-stage experts be as many as the hairs on a cow. Unfortunately, a rank 7 world would not accept any member of a rank 6 world, not to mention them, even in myriad worlds. None of the six-stage existences were qualified to enter a seventh world. Not to mention them, even the ancestor of Heaven Wasteland did not have the chance to enter a seventh world. They had even less chance to enter a seventh world. Therefore, in the short span of a month, the peak tier 5 experts that entered the northern desolate continent. It was more than 10 times more than usual. This scene also fell into the eyes of Wang Mang. When he saw these peak tier 5 experts entering the northern desolate continent. Moreover, they were endlessly pouring into the Steel City. Wang Mang simply could not close his mouth and was extremely excited. So many peak tier 5 cultivators. 100,000 law crystals per person. How many law crystals could he collect with so many people? 100 million law crystals? Or 1 billion? Or 10 billion? To be honest, Wang Mang simply did not dare to imagine. Even if he used his but to think, he could think of it. Just one head alone was worth 100,000 law crystals. This would allow him to earn a lot of money. But the situation in front of him had completely exceeded his expectations. If it continued like this, it would be a disaster. He was going to soar into the sky. Chapter 968. No, not just soaring to the sky. Wang Mang even felt that he could become rich in one go. In principle, as long as there were enough people participating, he would earn a lot of law crystals. The only worry was, causing such a big commotion, would it bring him trouble? After all, the commotion this time was indeed too big. To be honest, even Wang Mang felt that a tall tree attracts the wind. Therefore, it was normal to have such worries. He hoped that it would not cause too much trouble. Wouldn't it be good to let him be at ease for a period of time? Even though Wang Mang was extremely worried, there was nothing he could do. But in the following days, the situation that evolved made Wang Mang even more worried. Because as time passed, more and more peak rank 5 cultivators came in the second month. There were disciples of various sects, members of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, and members of various families. There were all kinds of people. In fact, Wang Mang had secretly observed that in just the second month, the entire Steel City was already overcrowded. It was easy to imagine that even Steel City was overcrowded. How exaggerated was that? This also led to the large cities near Steel City. Even a number of people began to increase. Similarly, there were more and more battles. It could even be said that towards the end, people could be seen everywhere. In addition, Wang Mang also discovered that the aura of rank 6 experts in the northern wasteland continent had increased a little. Needless to say, Wang Mang also guessed that this was definitely due to the influence of his disciple recruitment ceremony. Obviously, someone had their eyes on him. After all, to participate in the disciple recruitment ceremony, one person had to pay 100,000 law crystals. But with so many people moving after hearing the news, this was an unimaginable windfall. It was not strange that someone had their eyes on Wang Mang. Wang Mang had already considered this point when he was at the disciple recruitment ceremony. Although Wang Mang was also worried, there was nothing he could do about it. He had to do this if he wanted to harvest leeks. Otherwise, where would he get leeks to harvest? Therefore, although the current Wang Mang was also under a lot of pressure, but he had to continue to carry it out. Therefore, when the 3 months were about to pass, Wang Mang felt an incomparable headache because there were too many people, and Wang Mang also discovered there were several auras of rank 6 powerhouses entrenched in the vicinity of Steel City. To put it bluntly, these rank 6 auras were all waiting for him to appear. Wang Mang even felt Li Day's aura. Needless to say, this dog was definitely waiting for him. Wang Mang even guessed that this guy might have guessed his identity. This was also what gave Wang Mang the most headache, because Li Day's strength had reached the 8th level of the Sector Lord realm. If he dared to show himself, he would definitely be ambushed. This caused Wang Mang to be extremely anxious. He didn't even know what to do. What should I do? How can we get rid of Li Day? For a moment, Wang Mang felt a headache. After thinking for half a day, Wang Mang still couldn't think of a solution. Could it be that he had to join forces with other sector lords? But where would he go to find a sector lord late-stage expert? The problem was that Wang Mang wasn't familiar with sector lord late-stage experts at all, except for one who might reach sector lord late-stage, or even surpass sector lord-level existence. This existence was Elder Qing Feng, the existence that brought Wang Mang into the northern wilderness continent Sky Wasteland Palace. After pondering for a long time, Wang Mang finally fell into deep thought. After all, he had attracted quite a number of rank 6 experts, and under the situation where there were no benefits. Even if Elder Qing Feng had a good impression of him, it was impossible for him to help him for free. Could it be that he should find Chu family to cooperate? Chu family had an old ancestor, an existence that reached Sector Lord 9th stage. Thinking of this, Wang Mang fell into deep thought. He seemed to only have this path to take. When he thought of this, Wang Mang immediately steeled his heart and made a decision. He could only find Chu Long and cooperate with Chu family. He hoped that Chu Long and Chu family's old ancestor could cooperate with him. This way, it would be enough to suppress the situation. How could a Sector Lord 9th stage expert not suppress the situation? In the entire continent, there were only 11 existences that were stronger than a Sector Lord 9th stage expert. With this thought, Wang Mang began to rush to the Heaven Wasteland Hall's branch hall without stopping. And he wasn't worried about Li Day ambushing him, because Li Day was already hiding in Steel City, waiting for him to show himself. And, as expected, Li Day was sure that he wouldn't avoid this disciple recruitment event. In fact, Wang Mang couldn't avoid the disciple recruitment event. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by so many leaks? So, he could only find outside help as soon as possible. A day later, Wang Mang finally came to the Sky Wasteland Palace's branch palace. And he came to the main hall of Chu Long's residence. At this moment, there were dozens of Sky Wasteland Palace guards standing outside the main hall. After Wang Mang stepped forward, he immediately said without hesitation, "Go, tell Lord Chu Long that an old friend is visiting." Hearing Wang Mang's words, although the 2 guards didn't recognize Wang Mang, they hesitated for a while before nodding and walking into the main hall. Not long later, the 2 guards walked out of the main hall and said respectfully to Wang Mang, "Lord Chu Long invites you. Please follow us." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded indifferently and walked into the main hall with his hands behind his back. Under the lead of the 2 guards, Wang Mang came to a backyard. In the backyard with mountains and water, Chu Long was lying on a grandfather's chair. Hearing the commotion, Chu Long opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Wang Mang. He then waved his hand to the 2 guards and said, "Both of you are dismissed. You're not allowed to come in." Then, Chu Long smiled and looked at Wang Mang. "I guess that you come to find me. You're the one who organized the disciple recruitment assembly, right? I have to say, you're pretty smart, kid. You're using a 6th order slot to harvest these 5th order cultivators. They have no choice but to come." Hearing Chu Long's words, Wang Mang's mouth twitched. Chu Long was indeed extraordinary. His strength was only at the 4th heaven of the Sector Lord realm. But this guy's brain was really useful, and he even had many tricks up his sleeve. He had just arrived, and Chu Long had already guessed his intentions. His clear thinking and reaction speed allowed him to analyze people clearly. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly smiled brightly. "Fellow Chu Long, you're indeed a genius. That's right, you should have guessed my intention." Chapter 969. Hearing this, Chu Long was speechless. "The 3 kings of the Black region are gone, and your strength has increased to such a terrifying level. Dao friend, as long as one isn't an idiot, they can guess that it was you who did it. Not long ago, Li Day even invited 2 rank 6 experts to Steel City. Without Li Day, you probably wouldn't have come here to find me, right? I've already calculated. You can only find 2 people. The first one is Elder Qing Feng. As for the second person, it's naturally our Chu family. Our Chu family's ancestor has reached Sector Lord Ninth Layer. Among the Sector Lords, those who can match our ancestor can be counted on one hand. Speaking up to here, Chu Long rolled his eyes at Wang Mang and chuckled. Let's go. I've been waiting for you for a long time. This time, you're willing to follow me. I'll also bring you to my Chu family to take a look. Our ancestor is very interested in you. Even my sister is interested in you. Hearing Chu Long's words, Wang Mang was dumbfounded. He didn't even say that he wanted to go to Chu family. This guy actually told his family about his matter? Thinking up to here, Wang Mang felt a little strange. But Wang Mang didn't refute. After all, he had a request. At this time, seeing Chu Long stand up, Wang Mang followed closely behind. Soon, the two left Chu Long's mansion hall. Then, under Chu Long's lead, Wang Mang followed and flew towards the bustling city. At the same time, on the way, Chu Long couldn't help but chuckle. You better be mentally prepared. If you want our Chu family's ancestor help you, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Moreover, the disciple recruitment ceremony you held has provoked quite a number of sector lords. Hearing this, Wang Mang's expression relaxed. Dao friend, don't worry, benefits can be discussed. Hearing this, Chu Long chuckled. What if it's not just a matter of benefits? After hearing this, Wang Mang's expression suddenly became somewhat unnatural. However, if he had to join the Chu family, Wang Mang would definitely not agree. Moreover, Wang Mang was confident that he could use other conditions to persuade the Chu family's old ancestor to help him. Seeing that Wang Mang didn't say anything, Chu Long simply stopped talking, but the smile on his face didn't diminish. A few hours later, under Chu Long's leadership, Wang Mang had finally arrived. The so-called Chu family. Chu family. It was located in the Northern Wilderness. Northern Wilderness Continent, one of the 4 major cities, Northern Wilderness Imperial City. As for the other 3 big cities, Wang Mang had also heard of them. It was occupied by 3 top sects, namely the Black Fiend sect, the Soaring Cloud sect, and the Union Valley. It was worth mentioning. These were the 4 major cities of the Northern Wilderness. It was really too big. Take the Northern Wilderness Imperial City, for example. It was at least dozens of times larger than the Black Domain. It was completely hundreds of times larger than an ordinary big city. Moreover, in this city, Wang Mang didn't sense any other rank 6 aura. However, there was a rank 6 aura that was even more terrifying than the late-stage sector Lordly Day. Without guessing, Wang Mang knew that this aura was very likely the Chu family's old ancestor's aura. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This Chu family was really strong and powerful. They actually occupied one of the 4 major cities of the Northern Wilderness Continent. However, after thinking of the Chu family's old ancestor's sector Lord Ninth Heaven strength, Wang Mang felt relieved after thinking about it. With such strength, even in the Northern Wilderness Continent, he could be ranked in the top 10. At this moment, under Chu Long's lead, Wang Mang saw the Chu residents standing in the center of the Northern Wilderness Imperial City. The guards guarding outside the Chu residents all greeted respectfully. "Greetings, young master." Hearing this, Chu Long nodded slightly, and then brought Wang Mang into the Chu residence. After entering the Chu residence, Chu Long directly brought Wang Mang to the back mountain of the Chu residence. Yes, the Chu residence was very large, and there was a beautiful mountain behind it. After arriving at the back mountain, Chu Long brought Wang Mang into a cave in the back mountain and then stopped. Then, Chu Long respectfully shouted outside the cave, "Old ancestor, grandson Chu Long requests to see you." Not long after, footsteps could be heard from the dark cave. In the next moment, Wang Mang saw a white-haired old man in a black robe walking out of the cave. This old man looked very energetic. His face was solemn and dignified, and his eyes were extremely sharp. After appearing, this old man's gaze was always on Wang Mang. At the same time, Wang Mang was also sizing up this old man. At the same time, he secretly used the origin peeping technique. In the next moment, this old man's information appeared in front of him. Target, Chu Jiulong. Identity: Chu family old ancestor. Realm: Sector Lord 9th layer. Threat level: fatal. After looking at this old man's information, Wang Mang immediately thought to himself, as expected, no wonder this old man gave him such a strong sense of threat. This was a true sector lord in the peak stage. Just as Wang Mang was thinking of how to speak, Chu Jiulong suddenly smiled and said, "This little friend is Wang Mang that I, Sun Xiao Chu, was talking about, right?" Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Wang Mang greets Senior Chu." Hearing this, Chu Jiulong nodded slightly. After sizing up Wang Mang, he nodded satisfactorily and said, "Chu Long, go call your sister over." Chu Jiulong waved his hand, and Chu Long quickly left respectfully. At the same time, he didn't forget to wink at Wang Mang before leaving. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang immediately felt immense pressure, and his entire being felt unwell. Damn, calling his sister over right away, this old thing didn't really think that he wanted to join Chu family, right? Thinking about this, Wang Mang quickly explained, "Senior, Junior came this time to prepare." Without waiting for Wang Mang to finish, Chu Jiulong waved his hand and said, "All right, little fellow, take a look first. Is my granddaughter that bad? If you're really not satisfied, how about we talk about other things?" Hearing Chu Jiulong's words, Wang Mang was instantly speechless. Since this old man already said this, what else could he do? Thus, Wang Mang nodded silently with a face full of helplessness. Very quickly, a few incense sticks worth of time later, Wang Mang saw Chu Long leading a beautiful young lady into his line of sight. This young lady had snow-white skin and had a ponytail. Her features were exquisite to the extreme. In terms of appearance, she really didn't lose to the ancestor emperor in the past at all. At the same time, her pair of beautiful blue eyes were also curiously sizing up Wang Mang. After looking at this young lady, even Wang Mang had to admit, she was indeed a peerless beauty. At this time, Chu Long and his sister had already walked over. This young lady even nodded at Chu Jiulong and Wang Mang with a smile and said, "Greetings, Grandpa Chu. Chu Feng greets Brother Wang Mang." Hearing this, Chu Jiulong nodded with a smile and reached out to stroke his long white beard. He looked at Wang Mang with a face full of smiles and said, "What do you think of my granddaughter, Feng, Hearing this, Wang Mang smiled brightly and said, "Senior, your granddaughter is really a stunning beauty in the world." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Chu Feng blinked her beautiful eyes and quietly sized up Wang Mang. At the same time, Chu Jiulong couldn't help but continue to ask, "Young friend, are you willing to join my Chu family? If you're willing to join my Chu family, I will betroth my granddaughter to you." After hearing Chu Jiulong's words, for a moment, the three members of the Chu family all looked at Wang Mang. Similarly, even Chu Feng was the same. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Wang Mang. Chu Feng naturally knew about Wang Mang's existence. Chu Long had already told her about it. She didn't have any rejection or dislike for the Taoist companion that her family had arranged for her. This was because she felt that Wang Mang's strength, potential, and appearance were all very good. After all, Wang Mang was quite handsome, and his figure was not bad either. Most of all, she liked Wang Mang's aptitude and strength the most. With aptitude, potential, and strength, he was equivalent to a tall, rich, and handsome man in modern society. Naturally, she also liked him. However, her own brother had told her that the current problem was, it was not the time for her to consider others and choose others. On the contrary, it was the problem of whether others liked her or not. Therefore, when she looked at Wang Mang, her beautiful eyes were also full of expectation. Under the expectant gazes of the three people, Wang Mang felt even more pressure. However, Wang Mang didn't have any thoughts about Chu Feng in the end. There was no other reason. Chu Feng's strength was too weak. In addition, Wang Mang could deduce her past. Therefore, this seemingly well-behaved Chu Feng, none of his past experiences could escape his eyes. This seemingly well-behaved Chu Feng in front of him was simply unbearable to look at in the past. He had found countless Taoist companions, and even King, half-beast men. Chapter 970. Moreover, he was deducing Chu Feng's past. Chu Feng's personality was completely different from the one in front of him. On the contrary, this woman had a completely different personality. She was arrogant, domineering, and temperamental on a daily basis. It could be said that this Chu Feng was completely a playboy. How could such a person be worthy of him? It could be said that, after Wang Mang learned about her past, Wang Mang even felt disgusted, except for the half-beast. The demon clan was lucky enough to become her Dao companion. The dog clan, the tiger clan, the ox clan, the snake clan, and the dragon clan. It was not an exaggeration to say that Chu Feng had countless partners. This was equivalent to having many partners in the modern world. It was as if 1,000 people were riding on 10,000 people. To be honest, it was already good that he didn't curse back then. Chu Feng, who looked very perfect on the outside. In fact, she had long been rotten to the bone. Therefore, Wang Mang had already begun to curse in his heart. Chu Long didn't even look at his sister. How could he have the courage to recommend such a trash to him? Did he really think that Wang Mang was not picky just because she was a woman? Or did the Chu family want him to be a suitor? For a moment, Wang Mang, who originally had a good impression of the Chu family. At this moment, his good impression of the Chu family was completely gone. Damn it. If the Chu family wanted to find a suitor, don't look for me. Could it be that my face is written with the words taker? How could you have a nerve to recommend such a trash to me? Honestly, wouldn't it be better to find a dog-headed son-in-law? It could be said that, in Wang Mang's eyes, Chu Feng was simply a typical example. She was already tired of playing, and then she wanted to marry a rich husband, although he was already cursing in his heart. But on the surface, Wang Mang shook his head and refused. Senior, perhaps you don't know my ambition. Senior, since I stepped into the path of cultivation, I have been wholeheartedly pursuing the great Tao and have no other desires. I have never married or had any female confidants. Therefore, I have never married or made a Tao companion in the past, nor will I make one in the future. After hearing Wang Mang's words, Chu Jiolong fell silent. On the other hand, Chu Long's eyes flickered. He already had a guess in his heart. Previously, he had been paying attention to Wang Mang's movements. He could feel that Wang Mang had a good impression of his sister at first, but for some reason, Wang Mang's attitude took a turn for the worse. Chu Long even vaguely felt that Wang Mang had a strong sense of disgust towards his sister. He seemed to have thought of something. Chu Long finally sighed in his heart. He knew that this had something to do with his sister. After all, his sister's past might be able to hide from the deductions of experts of the same level. However, there was no way to hide it from the deductions of the sector lord. As long as they wanted to know, they could easily deduce it. Thinking of this, Chu Long didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Chu Jilong frowned and said, "Little friend, although your ambitions are great, but marrying a wife won't affect your pursuit of the great Tao, right? Besides, as long as you join our Chu family, you will be a member of our Chu family. When the time comes, this old man will naturally help you advance further in your cultivation." At this time, Chu Feng's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She revealed a pitiful look looking at Wang Mang. Seeing this, Wang Mang only felt disgust in his heart. She hadn't completely deduced his past. She had only deduced his past for a short period of time. Basically, it had already made Wang Mang shake his head. Who knew how many people this Chu Feng had played with? Wang Mang didn't have the mood to help her count. Hence, Wang Mang was about to open his mouth and continue to refuse. Suddenly, Chu Julong slowly opened his mouth and said, "Little friend, why do you need to care about these small details? Although my granddaughter is young and playful, she has indeed found many Tao companions. But this so-called yin and yang intercourse, in the eyes of us level 6 existences, is extremely normal. Could it be that little friend has the so-called misophobia in your heart?" Speaking of this, Chu Jilong frowned and stared at Wang Mang. Similarly, Chu Feng's pitiful face also changed into a sad and helpless look. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang felt even more disgusted. Especially Chu Jiulong. What did this old thing mean? Was he asking him to join the Chu family and marry Chu Feng? Thinking of this, Wang's tone suddenly became more straightforward. Senior, you don't have to say anything more. I have no intention of marrying. Obviously, Chu Jiulong's aggressive attitude made Wang Mang very unhappy. Damn it, don't you know what kind of person your granddaughter is? What? Do you want to take over by force? After hearing Wang Mang's decisive refusal, Chu Jiulong didn't say anything, but his expression was obviously not very good. At this time, Chu Feng's pretty face turned cold. She looked at Wang Mang with her beautiful eyes and said coldly, "What do you mean? Are you humiliating me? Do you really think I can't get married?" Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned, and then explained with an apologetic face, "You misunderstood me. It's just that I have no intention of finding a Taoist companion. Before coming here, I've told your brother several times about this." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Chu Feng, who was extremely angry, was so angry that her delicate body trembled. But she was speechless because she already knew the situation. However, Wang Mang refused her without hesitation, which made her very angry, especially when her brother told her the reason why Wang Mang refused her. It made her even more angry. At this time, Chu Jiulong said indifferently, "Okay, Feng, you can leave now." Hearing this, Chu Feng's pretty face turned cold. She snorted and turned to leave. Seeing this, Chu Long shrugged helplessly, then cupped his hands and said, "Grandpa, I'll leave first." "Okay, go ahead." Chu Jiulong's face softened and nodded. Obviously, in his eyes, Chu Long's status was not comparable to Chu Feng's. After all, Chu Long was the only son of the third generation of the Chu family. In the future, the Chu family needed Chu Long to strengthen and continue the bloodline. As for Chu Feng, although she was also his granddaughter, she could not be compared with Chu Long at all. To put it bluntly, in the cultivation world where the strong preyed on the weak, strength was respected. In the world where the strong were as numerous as clouds, in fact, it was also patriarchal. Moreover, Chu Feng did not attract Wang Mang. This made Chu Jiulong very unhappy. Now in Chu Jiulong's heart, Chu Feng's status was greatly reduced. At this time, Chu Jiulong looked at Wang Mang and slowly asked, "Young friend, tell me, what do you need my help with?" Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately looked at Chu Jiulong and said with a sincere face, "I want to ask you to help protect me and let me successfully hold the apprenticeship ceremony." In the face of Wang Mang's request, Chu Jiulong seemed to have expected it. He immediately nodded indifferently and said, "Okay, but I want 2 sixth-order positions from you. In addition, I also want half of the law crystals you obtained. How about it? Junior, you have no problem with my request, right?" Speaking of this, Chu Jiulong looked at Wang Mang with an indifferent expression. Seeing Wang Mang's ugly expression, Chu Jiulong's tone was even colder. "What? Junior, are you not willing?" That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.